Joshua Cabot in YouTube chat says, I'm runescaping right now, racing to 200 million in sailing. Once that's done, I'll return to Dwarfin. Couldn't you, like, Dwarf and sail at the same time? I feel like that's entirely doable. Alright, so for those of you who missed the start of the fortress yesterday, we're not that far in. We had some problems with the first trading caravan. We had some traders get spooked by a large animal and drop their stuff. So I only got 2 migrant waves so far, so it's going to take a little bit to get some more. But things could be going better, at least off the bat, but they're not going badly. Yeah, they're not going badly. I was just going to make it into furniture, Jack BB Sparrow. But because I decided to, how do I put this? Not hate my life. Is it this one? No, not that one. This one. Because I decided to not hate my life, I didn't settle on an Untamed Wilds map again. I settled in a wilderness. We do, in fact, have prehistoric animals on this map. I'm trying to trade with a faction that has access to Stegosaurus. And, I do have these, like, ancient giant elephant things. We have a large river, and I've managed to drop 2 dwarves into it. So I'm gonna try and get those dwarves out of the river. And that was while I was going through some efforts to make the fortress less dangerous to dwarves via the river. As you will notice in a moment, it wasn't very successful. These are dwarves. Dwarf and dwarf. So I need to get rid of these. That won't be too difficult. I'm going to basically dig along this bottom here, build pumps, and then just redirect some water and then dig stairs down next to them and just get the bodies out of there. But I haven't done that yet. So I did make slabs for them, and I don't think I've engraved those slabs. I do need to disable the overlay. Sup, Loop? How's things? So we dropped Sir Duncan. Tun was my expedition leader who drowned almost immediately after getting smacked in the head by a tree. And then the other one was Inga's. The fortress started off pretty suddenly when my expedition leader here was hit by a tree and fell into this little puddle. So I drained it and have memorialized her corpse. So her corpse lives here now, and it is a big shame, and we will mourn her loss every single day. After all, she was terrified of blood gnats and loved thrips, which means probably she deserved it. However, the dwarf that replaced her has now been called Saxul Pebble, the god of pebbles. Now, we are Pebblebrain, that is the name of this fortress, implying our vast knowledge of minute size. She never feels discouraged, is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate regardless of its merits. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is curious and eager to learn. Also, there's another part to this theme that I should get to. And she's curious and eager to learn. She does not often feel lustful, has a greedy streak, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is a friendly individual and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is fearful in the face of imminent danger, but prefers to present herself modestly, and it tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she has a lover, Tubal, is one of my minors, and her close friend has died, which is a real shame. However, if I go to her values, she dreams of ruling the world. Truly values merrymaking, sees power over others as something to strive for, finds romance distasteful, values family, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And her husband is, like, very angry and greedy, and it's kind of funny. Or her lover's very angry and greedy. So I'm going to only do dormitories with the exception of faction leaders. So anybody in the nobles screen can get a bedroom and an office and a dining hall. But everybody else is just going to have to go off of dormitories. That's how we're rolling. Name requests are open. The currently named dwarves in the fortress are very minimal. We've got Pebble and Moreb, and Glass Half Empty. Glass Half Empty is my terrible bar manager, but also messenger, who has failed many attempts to go and demand trade rights with one of the dwarven factions that have Stegosaurus. Currently, the population is 12. And most of the fortress is up here because I didn't start off with pickaxes. We didn't actually get pickaxes until the first trade caravan, which then broke and dropped all their stuff because they got attacked by an animal. This is the actual entrance to the fort right now. We've got kind of this little long swaying thing over here to a bridge, and then this little long swaying thing over to the entrance. And then the fortress is going to be down here next to these waterfalls. And I'm just finishing up this chunk, which is going to be the last piece of this whole... This is a what's it called? A waterfall up here. But this area right along here is an aquifer. And this hook that the waterfall has is dropping water here because this is dug into the aquifer along here. So I'm building this as like basically a net. So if anybody falls off of this, they will land down in here and be able to walk out of it. So it's blunt weapons only, no bedrooms except for nobles, and leather armor only. That's the theming. But I can use bolts. They just have to be not sharp bolts. So that's kind of that's the theme for this fort. Any questions? Lariska would like a girl dwarf. Do you have any preference of girl dwarf? The happiest is girl dwarf. There's a few. There's a manager. Yeah, it's literally just the engraver or the manager. Everybody else has a beard. I'm not going to use pickaxes for weapons. I know people love to talk about doing that. I've done that a couple times. I much prefer to have purpose-built things. Using a thing as everything is just kind of a bother as far as I'm concerned. Is for squads, is there a preference for specific weapons like spear or club? What do you mean? Like, can you assign specific weapons? Yes. Do I have a preference? Like, I guess what's the question? Like, is there a way to set specific weapons? Because yes. Are you asking me if I have preference? I'm confused. Can you use looted up metal armor? I'm not going to, but I could. Drummed staff. She is rarely jealous and thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, often acts with compassion, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is often nervous and grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she could be considered rude. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and has a greedy streak. She keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous, and she sticks out her tongue when she's thinking hard. She chews her lips when she gets excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Hi, Linku, how are you? What weapons am I going to use? Hammers and maces. There really aren't clubs in Dwarf Fortress. The closest thing to that would be like obsidian swords, but I don't have obsidian on this map. I will have silver though, and I've found coal, but clubs. Or not clubs. Maces and hammers are what I'm using. Just blunt weapons. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with the map itself. Originally, we were looking for woolly mammoths, but I'll be honest, I gave up. Music's still too loud, hey? I gave up. There was just... I spent 2.5 hours looking for a map that would consistently have mammoths, and no luck, so kind of gave up. And it seems like there are no merchants trading. We must have already traded with them. Yes, we did. So, welcome to the fort. We are doing a little bit of surface farming. It's just rice. That's it. The actual way in and out of the fortress is being pretty heavily worked on. What's this? Welcome to Pebblebrain. I've stated hammers. Okay, Chad, how many times do I have to state the thing that I'm going to be using? Hammers and maces. War hammers and maces. Hammers and maces. Hammers and maces. Blunt weapons only. Hammers and maces. You got it now, Garnix? Or do I need to state hammers and maces again? One is better. Like, literally, without a single argument, Warhammers are better because they're heavier mass. What about maces and hammers? Hammers and maces, I think. What about a pointed stick? Not a weapon that exists in the game without mods, and I haven't modded the game. I'm also not going to use wooden weapons because literally shields or no weapons are more effective. So I'm not going to use wooden weapons, which people have also asked about. Like, I would rather just, like, go unarmed if I had to use no weapons. To make them different? I mean, you know how Tarn has talked about things like reach? That would be an update that would probably address stuff like that, like just a general weapons rework, because the weapons are something that have never really gotten any updates, period. So it would be fitting, like the game could use that. That would be like a nice thing for them to add to the game, but like, is it mission critical? I don't know. I did that in the... Did it? Was that the last fort that I did that? I think it was the last fort that I did that. Dual shields. I'm pretty sure I did that in the last fort. It trains a miscellaneous object use. And it's quite strong alongside of... If you're using it as a weapon, it's quite strong as a, like, way to train just random object defense. So dual shields are, like, not terrible, actually. Barstool weapon? No, folding chair weapon. The best weapon. Something cage match. Gold-bound books. I saw a Titan die to a platinum-bound book once. It was good times. Let me tell you. It was very good times. How's my day going? Just getting started. How's your day going, 802 Nick? New King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard album was announced today, so my day's pretty great, actually. I was literally wondering about that recently. It seems like it's going to be a synthy one. We watched the music video of it during the intro of the stream. Platinum is heavy, like, so, yeah. Garlic bread is good. I thumbs up this, Garlic Bread Wizard. Do you have some? Are you willing to share? Fave album? Gumboot Soup. But my basic answer is probably Nonagon Infinity. I've seen them live, so I guess so. In regards to King Gizzard. Also, some, like, in my, I think it's the... I'm pretty sure it's the Boat Murdered video. In the background of the Boat Murdered video is just a King Gizzard album for, like, kind of a while. So for the observant of you out there, you may already have known that I was a fan of the Gizzard. All right, well, we need to get these dwarves inside a little bit, I think. I'm trying to decide if I want... I think this should be the dining hall layer. Let's get bedrooms and stuff up into here. And by bedrooms, I mean a dormitory. Yes, they are more likely to use the attack that they're the most skilled in. Don't make me go change my shirt. I don't want to go digging through to go find my tour shirt. I don't wear it super often, but I do have a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard 2023 tour shirt. I also have a tour poster. If you go through my VODs, you'll see it somewhere. Stone Age, There's stones everywhere, and it is the year 251. That sounds pretty Stone Agey to me. Oopsies. Let's make 200. 200 rock blocks. Went for Roman Legionnaire tower shields. There are, like, tall square shields in Dwarf Fort. They just don't have sprites. I think that's a human thing, but they don't tend to use them. Yeah, I will say that King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is probably one of my more basic music tastes, honestly. Oopsies, that's woodcutting. There we go. Out of all the bands that I'm a fan of, it's certainly one of the more basic things. Basic meaning accessible, easy to get into, not too challenging. Humans get cool weapons, so do dwarves. Humans don't generally get access to steel, unless they're very lucky. Also played humans in that fort? Yep. Goal is what you're looking for, lazy man. I should also add the addendum that about bedrooms to it, though. Oh, I did. Never mind. Blunt weapons, only leather for armor, no bedrooms aside from nobles. Stone Age challenge-ish. Yeah, there you go. I'm wanting to mass produce for food. Well, I've got these guys, which are essentially just like bigger elephants. So probably these guys. I also have these Titan boas, but they're refusing to make babies, so I'm not very hopeful. I have a yak, which I'm going to butcher. But it's less for food and more for leather. There's also like all of these guys over here just breeding, and I'm not totally sure why they're stuck over there. Like, they totally could start walking across the map. I have a feeling they're like trying to get here because like that's the one area that's not accessible yet. So I should probably actually just go build a bridge to there because it doesn't really matter. And I can do that pretty easily. I haven't trained any of my animals to be hunting yet because I don't have enough of them. But I will do that once I have more. I only have 12 dwarves. Like, it's not... Like, most of my time has been spent on construction. So I'm not really prioritizing, like, amassing a pile of food because I don't really have a pile of food to amass. The only thing that are hunting trainable is my one elephant, so... Are they aggressive? This isn't Untamed Wilds. So yes, I can approach them. I probably could do that, but I will... Do you want me to reiterate what I just said? The priority right now is to get, like, the basics of the fort constructed. I'm not worrying about food. Or acquiring tons of food. Thanks, Blink. Like, if I was acquiring tons of food right now, I would just, you know, have more food than I would ever need, and I'm already rocketing towards that pretty quickly. Yeah, this is very early days. I am almost a year in, or slightly over a year in. One season over a year in. And it's been a very slow start because the first trading went terribly. So, and I've lost 2 dwarves. So, it's been a slow start. Also, I should place those so I don't get ghosts. But Blink, thank you very much for the 22 months. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded stream. I don't do corporate sponsorships. So if you like what I do and would like to help support this channel, if you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me, because that's one of the easiest ways to help keep the channel funded. And just shout outs to those of you who have a hat next to your name, because you're the reason I do this full-time, quite literally. So thank you. There was hippos on this map, but currently we're fully occupied by these guys. These duders. There's also wild elephants periodically on the map. And you might think, like, you could just, like, you know, catch all of them. That's not really a huge priority at this point. I think getting variety would be the point. So if they can just move off the map, I'd actually rather just let them do that. Also going to stop brewing drinks from plants because I've got too many. Thanks for the 10 bucks, 802 Nick, on the YouTube side. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 10 bucks? In Super Chat. Cheers, dude. What's the hope for this fort? Very little. The goal for this fort is, I don't know, just building a pretty heavily themed fort. I don't really have a goal. I don't have an outcome in mind. I'm only using blunt weapons, so hammers and maces, and I'm only using leather for armor. And the only dwarves that get bedrooms are nobles. That's the whole plan. That's it. That's the pitch. Caveman, hunter-gatherer, I don't know. I mean, it's not really caveman, because, like, I do have, like, you know, I'm using pumps and stuff. It's just, like, a caveman theme for the military and maybe a bit of a different cultural theme for the fort than I've been doing lately. Calling it caveman because I don't know what else to fucking call it. I wonder. Kind of curious. Yeah. I guess I can just go stick some cage traps into here. Too close to the edge. It's wild how that works. Whoa! Sorry, a lot just happened in the last second. Blink, thanks for the 22 months. Ire Stupid, thanks for the 67 months. Swag and Guzzle, thank you very much for the Prime for 16 months. And Blink, thanks for the 10-pack. Holy shit. That was everything, everywhere, all at once. Anyway, surprise train. Almost. It needs one more dollar in bits or another Prime. That'll do it. Lonely Moose, thank you very much for the brand new Prime. Appreciate you, man. That's Hype Train. Cheers, chat. Just started playing Dwarf Fortress, so you know that's water and grates, but I don't know how that works. Don't worry about the water and grates thing. It's me being fancy. That's my advice. It's literally a safety net for if anybody gets washed off of this waterfall, they will fall down into here. That's all that is. So, like, don't worry about it. It's just me being fancy. Ooga Booga challenge. Sure. The Who Let the Dwarfs Out challenge. And the hopefully I get building materials that aren't brown challenge. I'm currently also a lot of gathering stuff. Ire Stupid, thanks for the $1.11 and the $3.89. And Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Is there fall damage in DF? I don't know. Jump off a cliff and find out. Yes. Very much. Very, 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 very much. There is fall damage. I guess we got mangoes, rambutans, olives. They're tips, not donations. Donations are charitable. This is not a charity. I'm a business. This is how I make a living, so these are tips. To be specific about that. But Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. It really is Stone Age rules? I mean, as the kids say, the Stone Age rules! I mean, what? I'm just happy to be playing a fort where I'm not, like... I'm worried about getting attacked by every single animal on Earth immediately. But yes, there is 1,000% fall damage in Dwarf Fort. Although fall damage is calculated based on the density of the thing that they land on once they hit terminal velocity, which can be hit after 2 levels. So if a dwarf falls 30 Z levels and lands on Featherwood, they'll take less damage than if they fell 30 Z levels and landed on lead. Pro tip, zombies will survive the fall to hell. Their legs might not, but they probably won't die from it. But currently there is a hype train running. It needs 1 more subscription or $3 in bits to level up. I just want to say thank you. Appreciate you guys. Or a resub or a prime sub or whatever's. Whatever, Enos. I'm just going to expand this food stockpile. That's what I'm going to do. Wilmer, thanks for checking out a gift. It's very kind of you. Um, 802 Nick says, if a dwarf falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, a dwarf has been missing for a week. That's my addition to that sentence. Wilmar, thanks very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Linku, thanks for checking out a gift as well. They would get concussions and bruises, but kept falling. Yeah, I wouldn't try to kill a zombie with fall damage. Just period. It's kind of like trying to kill a zombie with bleeding. It's like, well, that's maybe never going to end well, depending on your intended goal. I'm doing claystone for this, but I'm going to do... maybe not avocado. What can I do for floors? Let's do olive wood floors. And olive wood logs. For the roof. This is going to be a little seed stockpile, I think. I'm going to make this like... a little indoor outdoor thingy. We'll see exactly what this is going to look like, but this is going to be a seed stockpile, primarily. Well, 1, they probably don't love it. 2, you're either telling them to do it for some reason, or 3, they're being scared up it. So if things are going up something and falling, you fucked up. Like, pretty badly. How long does it take to get a bucket from that well? I haven't watched them. Probably a while. I mean, it's going down pretty far. So it goes down to layer -1 from layer 22, so 23 layers. I don't have exact timings on that. Hype Train needs another 6 subscriptions or $30 in bits to level up. But regardless, chat, thank you very much for the Hype Train. You're very kind. I guess I just answered that question, DB Explorer. The dwarves have arrived again to trade, I think. Oh, no, this is the other civ. This is not my civ. Yeah, we are the Passionate Anvil, but the Curious Rock has arrived to trade. What about the Curious Roll? And the Outpost Liaison from my faction, I think, yes, has arrived. From the Passionate Anvil. Probably Jody, thanks for checking out a gift. And DB Explorer, thanks for the 5-pack. Teamwork. You guys are very kind. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded, guys. What else could I sell? Definitely got something. I was gonna say I don't even think I can acquire that clothing because I'm pretty sure that's all just underground. and inaccessible. I can sell that. Don't need that anytime soon. Should start cutting the gems, but I haven't. Can we reach level 10? I don't know. I mean, that would take a couple more subscriptions. I mean, it needs 10 more to clear level 7. So it's probably just about as far from where it currently is at to level 10 as it's already been. Okay, so we've got tenuous at best, and then cautious. I'm gonna try and sell this properly. Trying to get this going. Let me just double check which one's my faction. Yeah, so Ishen Zintir is my faction, which is right here, the bottom one. Oh, they did bring sheep. I ordered a bunch of sheep. That's interesting. They brought a bunch of lead and nickel cages. Wild. Okay.
Emstivoy Volkodev cheered. X200. Meow, 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 meow.
By the fish, and that's probably it. Trade. Done. Let's go over here and say barrel. And I'm just going to bring, I don't know, just the durian wood barrels maybe to trade. Mr. Void, thanks for the $2. Dwarf named Mangus. You're going to have to tell me which dwarf you would like to name that. Selgar. Or just give me dealer's choice, and then I'll give you somebody. I don't know, because nobody would really use them. Edelman. Any Meldorf is fine. All right, you can be a stonecutter. Magnus. I think that's how you spelled that. No, you spelled it Magnus, not Magnus. Magnus is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. He's inattentive to detail in his own work and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. No, I'm not in an ad break. Organized and neat. He only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and has a low sense of self-esteem. He is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He has a sense of duty, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and he has an active imagination. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is trusting. He is not particularly ambitious, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He rarely feels discouraged, often acts with compassion, and it needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest of ideals. Aquasar, thank you very much for the 66th month. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. He sees war as a useful means to an end and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes bismuth, pink garnet, and papyrus. Something just happened. The color dark indigo, spears, ballista parts, the sound of the goldenrod of tresses, and the sight of the luxury of tweeting. And when possible, prefers to consume barn owl, pond turtle, and sorghum beer, and absolutely hates slugs. Blink, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs and leveling up that hype train, which is now at level 8, which now needs 9 more to level up again. You can't spell ADHD without dwarf. I know it's not true, but shush. You worship Ognet Datanbul Udostid, which is a god that I don't know because I'm not super well familiar with this world because it's the first fort I've done in it. The most popular deity up until now has been the god of torture and misery, but you worship the god of minerals. So, yeah. Same, I can't spell ADHD. I mean, it's spelled D W A H F. Let's go to the other dwarves over here and see what they got. See what they've got. What did you bring? They brought a horse. And it's so silent that they don't even write it most of the time. It's crazy. I'm gonna buy that one book, or I want to buy that one book, but I can't afford it. What if I don't buy that horse and I just buy that book? They don't want to. They don't want to do it. Okay, fine. I'll just buy the horse then. No book. I'm sorry. Trade. All right, diplomacy. Let's discuss your situation. They say, having met with Pebble, God of Pebbles. Tosid here meets with Pebble, God of Pebbles. Mistavoy, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Linku, thank you very much for the 4-pack. You guys are nuts. That's it. Thank you very much. You're very kind. I don't know. Maybe... Jesus. Our lives, thanks for the 10-pack. Maybe we can, Blink, to answer your question from earlier. Holy shit. Also, Blink is chucking out 2 Crypt Brewing t-shirts to chat. It's the 2nd edition of this t-shirt. It doesn't have the backing that the original one does, but it's still a pretty nice shirt, I think. It's got these shoulder things. It says Crypt Brewing on it. I was wearing mine yesterday. I will say, don't put it on a heavy dry cycle, or it won't last. But check it out. It's pretty nice. ! Enter if you're in the Twitch chat. Droven, thank you very much for the $4. You're very kind. Thank you very much. Okay, where are we at here? Pebble meets with the Outpost Liaison, and Van Ori levels up the hype train. That's it. That's the level. You predicted a thing, Blink. You predicted a thing. I didn't think it would happen, but you predicted it. You're crazy, man. There's much to share. They've updated my maps. I'll have to go look. I imported sheep last time. I think I'm going to import some more sheep. More sheep. They have a need for prepared meals, which is expected if you are able to provide some. The caravan will offer 189%. Well, that's very easy for us. Jesus Christ, what is happening? Droven, thanks for the 20-pack. Holy shit. Hold on, did you just gift 2 more? Blink? Keep typing an ! Enter if you want to get entered into the second giveaway, unless I'm going nuts. Did you intend to do that? Our lives got the first one. So if you click on the redeem link, you can redeem your shirt. You promised a t-shirt for level 9 and level 10. I completely missed that. It needs almost 20 subs to level up again. That's bananas. Or $86 in bits. Okay. Chat didn't miss that, which is what matters. Okay, I mean... Good luck, everybody. I'm gonna unpause the game. Maybe we can still get that, that book. With some additional trading. I wonder, actually. Let's just go up to you and go seeds, remove barrels. I just don't want to waste barrels on this. You're absolutely mad. But thank you. I think that it's run out of snoozes on ads. I think ads are going to run during the hype train because it's run out of snoozes. And, Terminal wetness. Click on that link and you can redeem your Zip-a-Putty. Congrats. The last dwarf in gets the bird. That's crazy. That's all I got. A valiant attempt was made, Lupa. Hiya, Dalkin. By the way, it's good to see you. It's been a crazy morning. You missed it. You just parked. It is what it is, man. Next time. Yeah, I don't know. If you have a Prime sub, you could help edge this hype train a little further. But holy shit. Can you give your winnings to somebody else? I can do a redraw if you don't want it. But it is yours if you would like it. You feel lucky. Gotta get in early on the next one. Sorry, did something just give birth to calves? Yeah, there's elephants giving birth to calves over here. They can't ship to your country? Ah, yeah. I was wondering about that. There are a few limitations. I will see what I can do. Typing it in right now will literally do nothing, but I am doing a redraw. So get your enters ready, chat. My apologies. Okay. Thank you very much for the ridiculous hype train as well, chat. That was bananas. Yeah, that was bananas. In fact, it might have been so bananas that it almost leveled up to plantains. Like, that's where we're at. I need to get these sheep into this pasture. Where did that other guy go? There you are. It's a sick-looking hill. It's more of like a ravine or like a canyon than anything. 82 subscriptions and 1,100 bits. That's like, I think yesterday we got 30-something subscriptions total. I think I can safely say that we've hit the daily minimum. I'm going to pause the game for the ads, which are running now. Holy fuck. All right, well, good morning. I'm awake. Happy 10:30 a.m. Vaguely useful emote. That's actually a kind of a rare one because it means that you've made it further into a hype train. Crazy numbers, Lupa. But may the lucky enter win the giveaway. Good luck, everybody. Pie Killerman. Looks like you've won the t-shirt, much to Lupa Trooper's dismay. My apologies, dude. The challenge is... I should put it in the YouTube chat description, actually, Timmy. I've been distracted for the last 20 minutes. But it's blunt weapons only, leather armor only bedrooms are provided for... The only bedrooms provided are for nobles. So everybody is going to be using dormitories. So as a reminder to redeem your giveaway, also looks like I've got another one that hasn't been redeemed. Oh no, never mind. I was misreading it. So as a reminder, to redeem that, you click on the link that says redeem, and then sync up your Twitch account. Bye, Killerman. How's it going with the Pebblebrain? I mean, aside from a bunch of dwarves dying off the bat, pretty good. I lost my expedition leader right off the bat, and then lost 2 more dwarves in the river. But aside from the unfortunate losses, things have been okay. It's been pretty good. I'd say the Pebblebrain is expanding. Pebbly? Yeah, as pebbles would. As one would expect a pebble to expand. I want to get most of my dwarves sleeping down in here, though. So I'm trying to move the dwarves into this space. But currently the population is very low. So until I get another migrant wave, any kind of construction is going to be a slow process. If I can capture Ice Age creatures, that would be cool. I haven't had too much luck, though. Do you have it at year 0? I value the world being more interesting than the year theming, so I'm not going to do years, like year 5 is the earliest you can embark. I'm not going to do that because there just wouldn't be much going on in the way of like fortress religions or other factions to interact with. Populations would be very low. It's just not that interesting, unfortunately. At least not to me. You want most of your dwarves to be sleeping here, zoomies, to the bottom of the waterfall? I mean, naturally, sleeping with the fishies. Where else would you be sleeping? Bark, 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 bark. I wonder. I wonder if I can put bags in bins. I've never tried. Like, genuinely, I've never tried. Probably not, but I've got tons of bins, so I want to see. Our pebbles will glisten amongst the waterfalls. Absolutely. Damn right they will. But right now, as you can see, the dwarves are very busy. I do have several scholars who are very enthusiastic about pondering the flask. Specifically, Stormwolf here. Really, really likes his career choices of pondering the flask. I mean, he's been mulling over the flask, and he feels enthusiastic. And in my headcanon, he's literally just, like, drinking booze from a flask and staring at it. Like, if you were considered a noble, I would just assign a flask to you. Because he's just, like, sitting there and pondering the flask. Any news on the magic update? This year. No. Nothing that we don't already know. That hasn't already been stated. Although, something I do need to mention, which is, as of the 20th, I will be temporarily working for KitFox. So I probably will know things, but I won't be able to say things. So, just a warning. I will be working for them for 3 months. I am planning on releasing a video around that time, more or less just like stating that that's happening. But like, I don't know, some of you might remember, Southward Sal did a temporary thing where she worked for them around the time Dwarf Fortress released. It was like the year Dwarf Fortress released. Like in the months afterwards, she did some work for them. I'm doing something pretty similar. So basically, like, they have a bunch of, like, if you follow KitFox, they have a bunch of releases over the next little bit. Like, they've got Streets of Fortuna, which is, like, kind of going into, like, closed testing stuff, which is publicly known. There's Caves of Cud stuff coming. There's Dwarf Fortress stuff coming, obviously. There's, what's the other one? Astronaut stuff coming. Thousand Hells is releasing. So it's just a busy couple of months, and they just need extra people. Sold out to the man. Yeah. Very much so. Dwarf Fortress beating Pokemon. That's such a weird comparison, Gargoyle Draugr. How is there more COD coming? They've announced a DLC, have they not? Yeah, it's like that was announced a while ago. Like, there's ports coming. Like, it got ported to the Switch. They've had an announced DLC for like a year or two that they're working on. It's like a story DLC, is it not? I think. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much, but that's like news that's been around rattling around for a while, that they're working on more Caves of Cud. But I just want to be able to make the meme of, I can't believe we got the Magic update before GTA 6. So that's my big hope. That's my big hope. Yeah, these dwarves are overworked. I think that's pretty safe to say. Let's just use one shot max for these. And just cancel all this. So that just that one sticks. And it seems that the merchants have embarked on their journey. These moods are good. They were getting kind of bad for a bit there, but I'm also just going to get rid of this workshop. They're going to destroy that. We're loading cage traps. Before GTA 6 on PC. There was a post on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, which is kind of legendarily stupid, from the, I don't know, it was around it was like mid-2019, whenever Dwarf Fortress got announced to be coming to Steam. Somebody made a post basically stating, like, it finally happened, I think was the title of it, and I think it ended up getting deleted, but it was just this person who was like, I won't be playing this game anymore now that they've sold out to corporate overlords. It's like, yes, KitFox, corporate. Very much so. Like, you know, like pretty hoity-toity, like, new age indie business. Corporate. Yeah, definitely. Isn't released until it's on PC as far as you can. Apparently all I needed to do was scare them, because now they're all moving. Well, that's nice. Sold out to Big Dinosaur. Wouldn't it be nice if they walked into here and then just fell into my fort? That would be lovely, actually. Or are they going back? Oh, that's even better. Okay, sure. There's one. These aren't dinos. I mean, these are like prehistoric elephants, so they're mammals. But they are very large. Like, very large. I'm actually kind of curious as to how much meat you get from an adult one, because I haven't butchered one yet. And I haven't looked at the wiki either. Taming it with a lychee. Damn right you are. You think GTA 6 is going to be a huge disappointment? Define huge. I guess it depends on what you're expecting. Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat. I think it highly depends on what you're expecting. If you're like expecting the second coming of Christ, then yeah, probably. But like if you're expecting like, you know, a reasonable. Actually, this one is, it's already tame. So maybe I should just, instead of butchering it, just put it right here. Because you're a female, that would increase the speed that I could breed these. I mean, like, if you're expecting a 70-hour-long Grand Theft Auto style campaign and story, I don't think you'll be disappointed. If you're expecting, like, you know, the greatest game of all time, then I think that there will certainly be people in the public that are loudly, vividly, and angrily dismayed at the disappointment of GTA 6. I think those people will absolutely, like, exist. I don't care. I mean, I'll play it probably whenever it releases on PC. I won't stream it. GTA 5 is fine. Like, there's a lot of problems with that game. I think that, like, it has some very memorable characters and some memorable bits. I think it also has some bits that really, really, really fucking suck. As far as GTA 5 goes, I never played the online and don't care. But, like, I got my money's worth from it.
Happy Wednesday.
It was admittedly gifted to me, so I didn't pay for it. But, I mean, you know, I would have purchased it eventually. The first migrant wolf is wolf. Got it. The lady dwarf. Psycho, thank you very much for the 44 months. Welcome back. Today was crazy. It's a Wednesday indeed. This dwarf. We'll father. We'll father the dwarfs. I guess her lover calls her daddy. Or when she has a lover. She is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. That's gonna be, you know, because I'm going with blunt weapons only, maybe, like, I could just go the route of, like, a lot of these dwarves are greedy. So we could go the route of, like, making valuable clothing and jewelry and stuff for them. I kind of want to make olive dye, because there's olives fucking everywhere. You've never seen that before? Oh, that happens. It's relatively common. But thank you very much for the 44 months. Appreciate you, man. YouTube folks, the first person to put, I don't know, what's a good Stone Age emoji? Rock? 3 rocks into the chat can name something. Obsessed with acquiring wealth. She's very rarely moved by curiosity and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. You know what I want to know? The thing that I'm the most curious about with GTA 6 is when it releases on PC, will it run on a Steam machine? That actually is the thing and will it run on a Steam Deck? Those are the two things that I'm the most interested to know about GTA 6. Anyway, she often acts with, I missed a few lines. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to share her experiences and thoughts with others, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, I mean you are greedy, and likes to brawl. Often acts with compassion, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and scratches her nose when she's thunkin'. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally holds the nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization. You are a weird dwarf. And she finds friendship burdensome and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She likes bituminous coal, well, we have that, and she likes onyx opal as well as ash wood. White spotted puffer, leather, and the color vermilion. Short swords, schwepters, and splints, and horses for their strength. I don't know what I'm doing with this, but for their strength. And the words of the boulder of iron, and when possible prefers to consume white spotted puffer, spelt beer, and strawberries. I also like strawberries. And absolutely hates scorpions of the bark variety. Probably if it can run on a PS5. Is it bad that I keep forgetting what PlayStation is the current PlayStation? Is it releasing on the PS5? Judging by all the redline reports, I don't know. Run is a strong word. Like, run at low spec. Like, will it run? That's what I want to know. Like, that is the thing that it basically shows that I'm not that interested in Grand Theft Auto 6. I just want to know. I'm just curious, you know? Anyway, her hair is curly and her very short hair is neatly combed. I think like what you need to remember is
PlayStation 5.5.
Grand Theft Auto 5 ran on an Xbox 360. Grand Theft Auto 5 ran on an Xbox 360. A lot of people were, Jack. People have been ridiculously generous today. Might Be Goose, thank you very much for the 18 months. It's the PlayStation 5.5, right? +2, right? We're on the PlayStation 5 Vita Lite Pro now. Got it. Got it. You have no direct family and you worship the god Ral. Whomst ist the god of jewels. Welcome fort, yes. Miles Long. Would you like a dwarf with beard or dwarf without beard? That's a bunny. Oh, you monster. Oh, trust me, they've made it confusing enough. They did it to themselves, really. Shoot, dies. Brings us up to 19 dwarfes. Well, I mean, it's no GLaDOS, that's for sure. You played it on a 360? There you go. Beard, please. Can do. How about the hunter? Let me know if you want to do a variation on the name. Bitten Fountain is also obsessed with acquiring wealth. Same as the previous dwarf, as avaricious as they come. Obsessed with acquiring wealth. This is what I mean when I say that like certain factions will have like not faction specific traits, but common traits in a faction. These are very greedy dwarves. Maybe the reason these dwarves are going to be using cheap weapons is because they could not possibly think about turning their valuable metals into anything but furniture and clothing. You know what I mean? He is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, and he is sloppy with his living space, prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings. He has a tendency to form deep and emotional bonds with others, and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He likes a little excitement now and then, and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, often feels envious of others, and tends to present himself modestly. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is troubled by this because he holds romance in a low regard. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, he finds romance distasteful, dislikes competition, sees competition as reasonably important, values cunning, and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes stoneware and billin and blue diamond, sheep hoof and chickens for their scratching, and night screechers for their unsettling origin. The words of the festival of pantomiming, the sound of the vermilion sweetness, and the sight of the luxury of tweeting. When possible, he prefers to consume alfalfa, banana beer, and candle nuts. He absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. That's every single dwarf, Merkles. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. He is a kindred spirit with two of the earlier dwarves. So he's very quickly making some friends in this fort. It's good to have you, dwarf. And you, I'm actually just going to slaughter you. If it's just big ethanol propaganda. Sure. I don't know how directly I float with that feels, but at least a little bit. I vibe with that. So I now have a whole bunch of sheep, which means I need to make a farmer's shop somewhere. So I'm just going to set up shear animal and spin thread. And I'm just going to say when amount of unrotten wool body part is greater than 10, just do 10. And you will just be a monthly task. And how many sheep do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's actually set that to 8. I'll turn that up as the number of shearable animals goes up. I also have a alpaca I can stick over there with them. But I'll probably eat the alpaca whenever it hits full size. Oh, that was not really intended to be either of those materials. Use my 1 steel bar for those. It's a little awkward. So you're in world generated and someone just created Give Me Animal Disease. 100% that is a book. Funny name for a book, but 100% that is a book. I really like it when dwarves like debate back and forth on a subject using books. It's one of my favorite things that they do. So like one dwarf will name a book and then one dwarf will like name a book like doubts on subject of first book, or subject of first book will destroy us all, or subject of first book is a lie, or subject of first book the end of the world? Question mark? Like that kind of stuff. Love that. Big fan. So that's now our dormitory. And this dormitory, I don't want them to prioritize this dormitory. I think I will connect it to the Stunted Club, which is my tavern up here. But chat room, could I get a round of beers for Rolf, please? Keeping that sub alive for 48 months. Appreciate you, man. Just club. I mean, this one's a Stunted Club, but we'll maybe add other club-related words. Why not? I don't know. I think you should name your forts exactly what you want, Myra. Ready? There we go. We are now spinning all that thread. All that sheep wool. Sharing animals and spinning thread. The other thing that I should do is milk animal and make cheese. Milk animal, make cheese. I'll just do amount of unrotten milk items is greater than 10. Let's do that monthly. And I'm just going to make 20 buckets. Wooden bucket. 20. But only let 2 shops do it. Why don't I use DF Hack for automation? Because you don't need it. Like, why would I make the game play itself when I could just play the game? It's always been one of the most redundant things to me with Dwarf Fortress, is like, why would I you know, automate a game when I could just play the game. When none of the automation is necessary. I mean, you know, need is a strong word. You don't need to butter me up to get shoutouts from me, dude. Just makes it less likely. It's clubbing time for the barracks, so let the brawls begin, I suppose. Since some twit here brought a cat into this fortress, I'm gonna need to kill it, because I don't want there to just be dead rodents everywhere to eat. Yeah, I mean, I use it to quick save and exit to Legends sometimes, but that's about it. You don't find the last videos with the dinosaurs on the YouTube channel? The VODs for the Dino Fort have just started going up as of yesterday. So they're on the Extras channel, if you want to find those. But they got a little bit delayed because I got behind making thumbnails. To tame demons. I mean, hey. Use it for whatever you like to use it for. As will I. Yeah, I got behind on making thumbnails, but it is what it is. I'll catch up eventually. Just trying to decide where I want to put other things. I think that this fort would look awesome if it was largely constructed out here. So that's what I'm going to do. There are ways to tame demons using adventure mode, but generally in vanilla, no, unless you are doing some very roundabout finagling. The short answer is yes. The long answer is kinda. The really long answer is not really. But without DF hack, yes, you can. I don't know if Rum Rusher's still here, but Rum Rusher would be the person to ask. Being on the surface for dwarves is like being on the ocean for humans. You figured... no, not really. That's not true at all. Skyleton. You say that, but like this is a fortress, right? These are all hillixes. Hillixes are entirely surface forts. So for every major dwarven fortress, there is a good handful of hillixes around the edges that in the overworld provide food for the big fortresses. So that's not true at all, actually. It's all good, Lupa. That's not the only reason you're here. So you're fine. Like a wellness retreat? Yeah, a wellness retreat with bodies in the river. You know, like a wellness retreat. Yeah, I have an extras channel. I also have a hidden playlist for the VODs for the streams, Spec Mania, but I don't make them public because I don't want to just spam people's fucking, like, subscription boxes and front pages with, like, VODs. I really hate it when other channels do that, so I try not to do that. Actually, instead of putting that there, I just go down here. Just do like this. I'm gonna try and get blocks over here. You do watch them? Well, there's a playlist. I mean, I'm willingly walking away from free ad revenue for not doing it, but like there's a playlist. If you go to my YouTube channel. Let me just mute this real quick so I don't get me yelling in the background because that would be scary. If you go to my YouTube channel and you go to playlists and you go to live stream archive, it's all here. But they're all unlisted because like I don't enjoy getting spammed with them in my inbox. So I'm not the only person who feels that way, I guarantee it. So if you are similar to me, then it's there, but it's here for those who know if you know. Otherwise, they will pop up slightly trimmed down on the VODs channel within like 2 weeks. Also, YouTube folks, there's 135 of you watching right now and 25 likes. The math doesn't math. Please math it better. Thanks. Well, it's a waterfall, not a dwarfy fall. So hopefully no more dwarfs fall. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. I can't math. Well, thumbs up plus 1 thumbs up equals more thumbs up than thumbs up had before. It's just math. It's very simple, really. Hey, Studio Giraffe. How are you today, man? How many pebbles do you have? Pebbles, plural. Six? Bonesaw? What? Tons of dwarves over here doing this. Are we getting cheese? Nope, none yet. Maybe I don't have anything I can milk. I kind of assumed that I'd be able to milk the sheep, but... Oh no, I can. I've milked 10 or 6 of them. I just need to have enough actual milk to be able to do that. Let's just do 20 of this, because I do kind of feel like... And then you can just go down to 1 shop to shear the animals, because I do kind of feel like there's more stuff to be sheared and spun than there is otherwise. And down here, you're working. This is going to need a bin put into it. It's going to need to happen at some point. You're making rock blocks, doing nothing. Got 2 of you boys that need to be trained. Butcher that. Keep working on those periodically. If you have 1 big stone, you can make 4 beautiful blocks and make 4 big walls. Also, block walls are harder to climb for the baddies than rough stone walls. It's true. Kind of thinking I need to build roads right off the bat. Like along the top here. kind of seems like something I should do. Just so that, you know, the trees don't overpopulate eventually. We wouldn't want that. I think I'm going to end up with more claystone eventually. So I'm just going to do one, but we'll do shale walls. Maybe not quite that far, though. Let's just go to about there. Get rid of those. Somebody should bring a bin over here eventually. Eventually. Construct building, lots of spinning thread. Store item in barrel. Maize plants. We're harvesting our maize. It seems that our good god of pebbles, Pebble, wishes to acquire things. I think we need to start spinning this and make ourselves some yarn crafts. I think that's what we need to do. Although I don't really have enough hands to do it, so that's going to be kind of a pain. Chat, I really need to take a piss. And my coffee's cold and disappointing. So I'm going to finish my coffee, go take a piss break, and you guys can follow Tubal, who's spinning some thread. I will be right back. Oh, perfect timing. All right, I return. What about the elves getting mad with you not letting the trees grow over land? They won't get mad if I don't let the trees grow. They get mad if you chop them down. So if they're not growing in the first place, that's actually safe. Also, pro tip, a way to stop trees from growing. See, these are trees, right? It won't grow now until I get rid of this stockpile. So pro tip, if you have trees in a place and you're like, I need to put a road here or like floor this off later, but like don't want to have these trees pop up, just stick a stockpile on top of them. Or build a road, like a dirt road on top of them. Those are the two ways to stop them. But when you delete the stockpile, they will just suddenly become full-size tree, which is kind of hysterical to watch, actually. Let's go this way. And that way. Trees do come from the earth. No, they're future rocks. They're rocks in training. You see, rocks, like a petrified wood is a rock made out of tree. So petrified wood is just tree. So trees are just future petrified wood. Meaning, if you leave them long enough, eventually they become tree. This makes much more sense. Definitely. I mean, what else would it make? Let's get rid of drinks and prepared meals and throw the drinks and prepared meals into here somehow. Somewhere. Somewhere. Somewhat. Some why. And where am I going to put those? I'm being a little bit too fancy with this fort, I got to admit. I think it's going to be my downfall, but we'll see. Trees are improvised explosive devices. Have you managed to successfully weaponize those? I've tried that a couple times and never managed to make it work. But it's been something I've kind of dreamed about for a while. Like, always thought it would be so cool to be able to just, like, get the trees to explode somehow. I've always thought that would be super cool to be able to utilize that. I know that you can, like, collapse them in on themselves, but so far they are weaponized against your children. Well, okay, that's not really what I meant. But, I mean, still a very dwarfy success, I guess. We used to call them intercontinental ballistic trees, ICBTs. Because sometimes, like, if you dig underneath the top of a tree, it'll cause it to collapse. And there are certain instances that can cause trees to just collapse like that. It's kind of magical, but fully, I'll be the first to admit that it's, like, also not even remotely, like, convenient or good, but I need to get rid of this corner right here so that this can just fall and stop dribbling. I'm going to take Moreb off of mining because you are too busy scholaring, and give it to Mr. Peasant down here. Who's currently constructing a building, and I'm just going to let you go get a pickaxe whenever you're done napping. You can put a big wall in a spot in that spot, and you're probably going to re-engrave it as it's going to remain there until the end of times. Oh, to stop the trees from exploding? Human invader broke his leg. I wish that was, like, a good biome effect, similar to, like, evil weather, you know? Like, that would be super cool as an effect. Falling from one today, does that count? Absolutely. Venerio. Venerio. We'll go with that. Go pick up your pick. Mr. has a pickaxe now. Soon to has a pickaxe now. Oh man, you've got a big family. I always wonder, it's like, what have you done your whole life that you managed to, like, develop literally no skills? Did you come from somewhere that, like, all you were allowed to do was halt? Like, how did you end up like this, Dwarf? With no skills. Like, that's actually kind of impressive to me. Story of my life. I know, right? I gotta admit, that does certainly feel like the case. You wish good biomes generally had more stuff going on? You think that the effects that are good themed but probably still cause problems? What, like it raining booze? Because that can happen. If you're in Joyous Wilds maps, sometimes it rains alcohol, which can absolutely cause problems. Like, that's not a benefit. But it's like its own variant on freakish weather. It's just not as negative as a lot of the evil weather. But it's still not good. Like, you kind of don't want it. Gnome invasions? Gnomes will, in fact, invade, but only on good mountains. So if you settle on a good mountain, that'll give you gnome invasions. Which is kind of hilarious. Me when you go, Majestic says, me when I go to a job interview. Somehow I've managed to spend my entire life developing no skills. Well, maybe not developing skills, but no skills that they want you to have developed. Do I have no milk? I've got sheep's milk. Okay. What if I do this seasonally instead? Instead of monthly. You can be monthly. Make cheese. Look at us. Making all this sheep cheese. See? Cheese. Cheap cheese. Not to be confused, of course, with cheap cheese. Which is completely unrelated. How have they not put any bins in this? It's kind of wild, actually. Okay, so you start digging that out. It's going to be a food stockpile, amongst other things. I don't have pygmy mammoths, so I don't know. I mean, I've got these guys, which I don't know if they're milkable. I was kind of testing it, but I guess not. Also, I guess the parents got caught in this cage and then made a whole bunch of babies in the cage, so this is like a shit ton of free leather. That's kind of crazy, actually. I should start doing something with leather. Maybe start making leather armor. Yeah. No, those are not pygmy mammoths. No, these are Dinothuriums? Dinothurums? Dinarthurums. Dinarthurums? Dinothurums. I mean, they're like bigger elephants. Like they're proto-elephants. It's kind of how they've been explained to me, but aren't anteaters related to elephants? Dinothuriums? No. This isn't no game therium, let me tell you. They are experiencing trauma of their friends getting butchered right here. So I'm a bad person. That's all. Also need to make that leatherworker's shop. You can just make totems. And bone. You know what? Let's make bone leggings. And bolts. Just until I run out, because I've got a ton of bolts or bones lying around. So we're going to start making leggings. Yeah, there's also rotten stuff in there. And you are going to just go back to making prepared meals. When your starting dwarf is an alcoholic, you usually stop producing drink and let everybody else suffer. Works better than you think. Wait, what? All starting dwarves are alcoholics. Like, it's like genetically required for them to be alcoholics. Like, yeah, you can have a happy mood, but they will get sluggish if you don't give them booze, which makes them work at half speed and have a 40% quality debuff on everything they do. I mean, that doesn't sound fun to play, but live your life, I suppose. Gargoyle in the YouTube chat. Like, that's literally every dwarf. So if you withhold dwarves from their alcohol, you're just going to have, like, objectively worse dwarves in literally every way possible. Straight edge fort, no booze. Straight edge fort, no fun. If you want to do that and have fun, at least make them vampires. That would be like forcing a human to only drink, like 7-Up. He says as he drinks a can of fizzy water. Not even that. It's like 7-Up, but like with a side of acid in it. Like, that is one of those challenges that I will just refuse to do because I want the game to be fun to play. Let's stop collecting webs. Unless I need to. Just don't automatically collect webs, please. That'll speed things up pretty dramatically, and you can start making food. You're grabbing a drink. I need to make more cups. He gets drunk when he doesn't drink? I suppose. I will never fully understand, like, if it's just memes, which it might be. Or if if there are actually people who play this game who try to, like, restrict alcohol from dwarves for some sort of Puritan reason. It's like, that is how you make the game significantly harder for literally no reason. Like, you're not winning some strange battle. You're just making the game less pleasant. So, if you want to play it that way, like, more power to you. But just know that you are... No, it's not that it's harder to stop them from drinking. Like, if you just don't produce alcohol, Skinnins, like, you can absolutely keep your fort happy, but they will all become sluggish without alcohol. Like, it's genetically required for them to function. Live streams are what makes a living for me, Mackenzie. The videos are just ads for the live streams. You're raised Muslim, and the first building you make is a stoneworker's shop, so I can make a nice block for this. So you can make a nice block for the still. I mean, what does that have to do with being raised Muslim? In fantasy worlds, like, the whole point is, like, to do something that, like, maybe you would do in real life, but maybe you wouldn't do in real life. And then they start looking for water sources outside of the fort, putting themselves in danger. I mean, you can absolutely have water sources in your fort without putting dwarves in danger. That's not difficult. It's maybe not recommended, but you can absolutely do it. I don't know. I think that a lot of that stuff, like people like talking about intentionally keeping dwarves away from alcohol, this is just a theory for me. I kind of think it's just people trolling. and trying to make life harder for new players. If there's a joke in there, it's not one that I really get. Like, if there's like a stereotype, because like, from what I know about people who are Muslim, they don't, well, not, this doesn't go for everybody, but a lot of people don't drink. So if there's like a joke in there, over my head. I can make jokes about different denominations of Christianity because that's what I'm familiar with, but it's a video game? Meta Buddha? Meanwhile, Idle Villager in YouTube chat. I don't butcher or eat nearly as many cats and dogs in real life. That does still imply that you're butchering and eating cats and dogs. They need to add smoking to this game soon. I've been saying that as long as I've been playing it, so on and off since probably like 09. It's like, what do you mean the dwarves can't smoke? We shall see how exocommunication goes in the future. Well, that's news to me. All right, let's go into here and just go brewed, drink. I would prefer not to soap goat, not because I won't, but because they have a lifespan of 4 years. So they're both almost 4 years old, meaning they're probably not going to multiply and they're probably just going to die. So if you would like an animal, I would name something that isn't likely not going to live for very long. But it's up to you. I mean, if you really want me to give you the, actually, one Titan Boa, because the other one died. Oh, no, never mind, sorry, 2. If you'd like me to give you one of them, I can, but I don't recommend it. You got lost in the caverns? You think you lost the dwarf? If you click on the walls, Tolis, you might be able to fly out to the surface, because it tries to get onto the roof of the wall. Snakes just don't have that long of a lifespan in Dwarfort. I mean, being an animal is kind of boring. I think you might get more entertainment out of naming a random workshop. Unless they're in the military and already, like, well established. Or, like, something that has a really long lifespan. But if you'd like a dwarf, then you could select one if you like. Although we're in an ad break, so I'll wait for that to end first. You didn't even realize that you could capture big monsters? It's kind of OP how easy they are to catch, actually. Do I name zones and temples? Nobody really asks, but yeah. Like, one of the funniest things that got named was Nomald was here, which was the name of a forge, and literally every artifact that was made was generally made at that forge, and it ended with, like, has claimed Nomald was here, like, decades after that dwarf died, which was particularly funny. So, I don't know. I mean, snakes hide, and then occasionally they venture out of wherever they're hiding to go eat something. Tobnul? Tobnul? Tobul. Sure. The soap goat, the goat of soap, Whole Hall, is the lover of Pebble. Now, Pebble is the expedition leader, or inherited the role of expedition leader. Bastet, by the way, thank you very much for the raid. Hope your stream was good. Bye. Thank you very much for the prime, Idle Villager. And Our Lives, thanks for gifting us up to Soap Goat. That's very kind of you. So you are married to, or in love with Pebble. Now, Pebble is an egomaniac who doesn't feel love for anybody and just values family, but will never tell you the truth. Meanwhile, you're in a constant state of internal rage after being forced to endure the decay of a friend. You have an incredibly calm demeanor after seeing Tun's dead body. He does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, is very greedy, and is a pessimist. Feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, often feels cheerful, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and speaks very deliberately when he's annoyed. He dreams of raising a family and personally has a great respect for fairness. He values peace over war and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of raising a family. Likes olivine, platinum, brown jasper, giant king cobra bone, and of course the color brown. You would love video games in 2007. And I lost my spot. He likes leggings, rabbits for their ability to burrow, snails for their color, the words of the strategic orbs, and the sound of the golden rod of tresses and the sight of the wondrous queen. And when possible, of course, you prefer to consume muscle, buckwheat, and plump helmet spawn, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Are you even able to rename temples? You can rename zones. Yeah. You can rename temples. Like, if I go to a temple here, I can rename it to whatever dwarfy words, but I can also name the zone of the temple to stupid temple example name, but that's so many. Example. Stupid temple example. I ran out of letters. I can't go any further. So, like, yeah, I'll rename those if somebody wants. But Pebbles, your wover, you was also forced to endure the decay of a friend, which was definitely Sir Duncan, who got Sir Duncaned in the lake. Rip. Tales of greed in industry, most certainly. Good lord. I need to make like 3 more butcher shops. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the personality that this faction is slowly developing. Because I'm rapidly getting quite fond of it. I do also feel like we have way too many jobs running. I mean, look at how busy everybody is. There's construction running. There's mining happening. I hope we get another migrant wave in the spring. What's up, Ruble Beans? How's things? I might throw you in the military, Soapgoat. It's been fun to seeing them develop skills other than tree cutting. Well, I mean, they did start without an anvil, so I do have 2 now, but I haven't found any metal ore yet. Just gonna let them do this slowly. Like, I mean, currently this is all that we have to do. Like, holy shit. Like, holy shit. We've also got these Denethrum bone leggings. So much work. So much work that one dwarf is even sleeping. And even the, like, scholars are working. We're gonna have to pause everything pretty soon. From an interesting fun event Should I ask what that is? That means scary in dwarf speak. Was it fun or fun? If that means anything. Dwarven fun. Oh, so as in like Dwarf Fortress style fun. So actually fun. Well, that's good. What happened in the fort, if I can ask? We're slaughtering all of these critters, because I think I've caught most of them. Yep, looks like they've all left, with the exception of the ones that haven't. Of the one that hasn't. We'll see what animals we get next. I think the coolest part about this update, now that I've spent a good amount of time with it, is that there are big creatures in the game now that aren't giant creatures, if that makes sense. Like, if you set the dinosaurs to either partially trained or, like, in any wilderness, you're going to find creatures that are not small, that are not, like, unique to the Untamed Wilds maps. And I do think that's probably my favorite part of this update at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I really like the fact that there is more animal variety, and some of them are actually gigantic without being specifically limited to, like, the ridiculous scale of the giant creatures, you know? You watch 3 of your best miners throw themselves into lava because of 1 Crundle. I mean, they really wanted to kill that Crundle. That's incredible, but also I'm sorry for your loss. In just wilderness? See, like, that's great to me. You know? Also, this game has taught me the actual name for a saber-toothed tiger. Which is probably a good thing, I guess. Like, education. Yay. Gotta love Smiled-Ons. I mean, they smiled on somebody. It's tricking us to learn. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has always been, like, stealth educational. It's like, there's probably a term for it, but it's not like, you know, strictly educational, but just, like, teaches you small things. Whether that's, like, additional words that you didn't already know, or, like, little facts about geology, or, like, little facts about, like, metallurgy, to the point where, like, you know, you could maybe compete in, like, a pub trivia night and answer a question about something related to that. Not that anybody's really doing geology pub trivia, but I'm sure somebody is. It taught you to not step into lava? Wait, so you were stepping into lava before that? That's crazy. I feel like the existence of, like, Hawaii or Iceland would do that pretty naturally. Like, they would just teach you that that's probably a bad idea. Just to add more gemstones? I don't think you'd need to learn to code to do that, but you should just learn to code, because that's probably not a bad skill to have. Our school used the original SimCity to teach about local government. You know, there's been eras of SimCity that's better for that, and eras of SimCity that's been worse for that. But I don't know. I guess I would call myself a fan of edutainment. I think I'm a bigger fan of edutainment than advertainment, which is entertaining advertising. I can't wait for goblins to end up in this. It's gonna happen. Goblins are going to climb down the top of this. Or elves or somebody. And then we're just going to sit down here with, like, bolt throwers and just be like, brrr! Taught you the difference between magma and lava? I could swear that I'm wrong, but I think Spy Kids 3D taught me the difference between magma and lava. I don't know why I'm thinking Spy Kids 3D specifically there, where they were like, magma's above ground and lava's below ground or some shit. Apologies for hearkening the words of Spy Kids 3D. The original, what was that metaverse movie that Spielberg made based on a book that's not very good? It's the original that. Ready Player One. Yeah, that. I wanted to say Ender's Game, but no, that's actually a pretty good book. Not a very good movie, though. No, Ready Player One was what I was thinking. Not Tower. What? Your previous love of Steven Universe made you a massive Gemstone nerd? What's wrong with Steven Universe? I've never watched it, but do people not like Steven Universe, or is it like a self-report saying that you like Steven Universe? Because I know that it exists, but I know like nothing about it. You mean Boomertainment? Nime? It's more of a massive. It's more of a massive self-report, right? Okay, it's like saying that you were a Homestuck fan. Got it. I mean, at least at this point, you can just say that you're a fan of Deltarune and kind of dodge that. YouTube chat supports your love of Steven Universe. Ruble Beans. I don't really watch cartoons, so it's just kind of outside of my realm of, I don't know. I'm not judging. Watch what you like. I think the last cartoon I watched was Avatar: The Last Airbender and the sequel series. I liked Avatar: The Last Airbender. I hated the sequel series, so I never finished the sequel series. No. There is no benefit to selectively breeding animals. Just Zach. It's the fandom that, just the fandom when it was realizing it was bad. When it was releasing was bad, right? I mean, that's... Okay. That's the case for most adult fandoms of things that aren't intended for adults, in my experience. Or, like, young adult fandoms in general. Like... One of the worst months of my life was when Rick and Morty decided that Szechuan sauce was a thing, and I was still working at McDonald's. It was genuinely one of the worst months of my life. It was horrendous. It was awful. But, like, I'm not going to, like, hold every single person on Earth who's like, I like Rick and Morty. I'm not going to, like, condemn them to too much eternal pain and suffering over that. Just a little bit, but not too much. Just a reasonable amount. Just a reasonable amount of pain and suffering. You know, like a normal amount of pain and suffering. Like the amount that you get like on a Tuesday after eating too much Taco Bell. That kind of pain and suffering. Trying to figure out how to build my expedition leader housing space. Something like that. It's not an issue. Don't worry about it, Phoenix Fun. There's no way to prevent it, but it's not an issue. There's no negatives to it. People will tell you there's negatives to it because there was negatives to it like a decade ago, but those times are long past. So don't worry about it. It's not an issue. Phoenix Fun. The trivia that you just learned from Dwarf Fortress is that some snakes give live birth. Yep, that's true. Okay, let's check cages here. It's just you. We are finally caught up on all of those wild animals that I butchered, and we now have 1,800 meat. How much leather do I have? 82. Damn. Damn. You are going to give items to the stockpile. Let's just move stuff down to there. I've literally never been to a Taco Bell in my life, so you'll be fine without it. Right, Tito? Anyone who likes Rick and Morty has suffered plenty enough. Yeah, it's true. You know, there's I can't remember where this quote came from. It might have actually been from Total Biscuit. But fandom is inherently not necessarily a positive thing. Like, enjoying something is fine, but fandom is a dangerous thing. Like, because the word fan is derived from the word fanatic, which is not generally considered to be a positive thing to be referred to as. And I do actually think that there's a lot of truth to that feeling and that sentiment, where, like, it's cool to be a fan of something, and it's awesome to have hobbies and enjoy things, but be cautious when something moves past just enjoying something and becomes a fanatical obsession. In some ways, yeah. I also still miss TB. Community can be a problem with some things. Oh, no, absolutely. As I was trying to state. Because I want to say that was Total Biscuit, like, in when referring to, like, people calling him this cynical warship or whatever whenever he would review something and people would leave reviews being like, cynical fleet and climate coming or whatever. He, like, was pushing back against that because he's like, fandom is dangerous. And it's like, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. There's definitely truth to that sentiment. Soapgoat, let's just get you to go remove those constructions for me. Taco too small? I don't think you'd want it to be bigger. If it was bigger, you might die. Fan comes from Fanatic? Yep. How can I live without your ceiling fan? Well, your ceiling fan isn't a fanatical, like, cultist, right? Your ceiling fan is a different apparatus, I guess. Okay, with all of that done, can now do this, this, and this. I can be really fancy with bedrooms and stuff when I'm only doing it for specific dwarves. This is going to be my space for my expedition leader / manager, I think. Because right now, the manager is Esmil and the expedition leader is my bookkeeper. So this is just going to be for my bookkeeper then. So bedroom up here, maybe dining room in here too, as part of the bedroom. And then, you know what? Let's do office, bedroom, and then, or office, dining room, and then bedroom down here. That's how we'll do this. That this new update is done, like your single military captain has 3 T-Rex as combat pets. That's pretty funny. Yeah. I really like that, you know, I've gotten kind of an abnormally large number of very negative comments for a Dwarf Fortress update. Like, there are definitely, like, updates to Dwarf Fortress where people are like, man, this isn't, like, something that I particularly prioritize, or, like, I wish they would work on this instead of this, or why didn't they work on this instead of that? Like, that's the normal kind of, like, critical updates I get for Dwarf Fortress stuff. But I've never gotten comments for Dwarf Fortress where it's, like, insult at, like, the people working on it, ×2. Curse word, followed by, this has ruined the game. This is the first time I've gotten comments like that. And it's actually kind of bizarre. Because there is, like, definitely a vocal minority. Like, it's not the majority of the Dwarf Fortress player base at all. But, like, there is this minority of the player base that's, like, having dinosaurs in Dwarf Fortress ruins the game's lore, or ruins the game's theme. Which is baffling to me. I don't get it. Like, it's kind of wild, actually. And it's certainly a new one for me. It is optional, and also, like, I'll read the one that I got the other day, which I think is really funny. I find this comment funny, so, like, I will not include the insults that they say. Adventure mode still sucks. Curse word. None of these things added fit the game or lore at all. It's just completely out of the insult devs' ass. To which I respond with, this game has lore? I was like, this game has lore? What? And followed by, it does. All of the carnage we see in adventure mode is fallout from the mage and necromancer wars. Okay, but, like, how do dinos ruin that? What? I'm so confused. Did you just not like dinosaurs? What? Okay, so it's all headcanon. So if it doesn't fit your headcanon then, to person who left that comment, why don't you just turn them off? I don't get it. Well, yeah, no, absolutely. The worlds have lore, but the game doesn't have a canon world, so thus the game doesn't have canon lore, meaning the lore is what you make it. So, like, if dinosaurs don't fit your world's lore, awesome. Set them to extinct. Oh, no. I don't get it at all. Like, I'm actually baffled. I'm upset that you added free stuff to my sandbox. Like, what? Okay, so don't use it then. Nobody's stopping you. I think you'll be fine, sir. Also, sorry this fort's moving so slowly, but I have so few dwarves. There's so little I can do right now. Your first Titan appear. Is he passive or is every Titan evil? They might be aligned with good gods, but they want to turn you into mashed potato dwarf. If that helps. That was my day. Pretty great. No complaints. Chat broke me a little bit earlier. Coming back to sanity, though, with time. It's a fantasy universe, like anything can go, including dinosaurs. Absolutely. Andy on the thing. I mean, when this update came out and there was a few people in chat who were like, I'm not a big fan of dinosaurs. We went and did, like, a search of, like, fantasy settings and worlds that, like, include dinosaurs. It's a lot of them. I'm just going to cut some gems and we're going to make gem windows. Titan's definition of good. Titans just have very, very, very high levels of hearing. How about sorry, Furkick in YouTube chat says there's a 4chan thread. There's a 4chan thread. Yes, I know, all caps. That's fine. Where someone has admittedly been screaming about how this update was entirely made for dinosaur fetishists. Okay, so I'm going to elaborate on that for a second. You know how there's like, when people are battling against things like gay rights, they're often just very closeted themselves. Like, there's a pretty consistent through line where, like, someone who's trying to ban something or is angry against something, it's often bottled up feelings that they don't know how to control and they're afraid of it. Buddy wants to fuck a dinosaur. That's all I have to say. Projection. Yes, sure. Anyway, I think that's very funny. Party on, dude. Be as angry as you feel you need to be. I will chuckle off in the distance. They finally started hauling all that booze. Kindness is just a quick death. Oh, no, that is true. Giving and kindness. The aura of giving and kindness is beautiful. Well, okay. In the dinosaur fetishist's defense, Andy, on the thing, there are animal people versions of the dinosaurs that are shredded and very thick. So from that perspective, sure, but like, yo, what the fuck are the animal people then? Maybe this, okay, I'm going to give this 4chan poster like all of the benefits of the doubt. Maybe they're just a massive furry, and for some reason, in the past, a scaly hurt them. And so they're just very offended that scalies are now in Dwarf Fortress more prevalently than there. And also, this not only that, but the scalies are bigger. So if you want to play adventure mode optimally, you probably have to be playing a Brontosaurus man. And like, this is an offensive statement to their culture. It's like Caves of Cutting here. I don't know, that's fucking funny. The dino people are a little handsome. Uh-oh. Fair enough, Volker, with the self-report. Chat, I'm gonna go grab a snack. There's an ad running, so I will just pause game. I will be back momentarily. That's hysterical. Thanks for the laughs, dude. I'll be back in a sec. Snack acquired and consumed. Back in one piece. I made it, chat. I didn't get lost in the back rooms, don't worry. I mean, the dinos are awesome, and if they're not your perfect cup of tea, then you can turn them off. That's my entire statement. So, I mean, I ate 2 boiled eggs. It was a very dangerous fight. I had to go to war with chickens over them. I didn't think I was going to make it out alive, to be honest. You can go there. You can go there. We'll need a cabinet as well. 2 tables. 2 chairs. Office for our god of pebbles. Dining hall for our god of pebbles. Bedroom for our god of pebbles. And then you up here are going to be removed from this. And I'm just going to delete that, I think. Both of those for the minute. Probably just get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Maybe just knock down these walls and move stuff into here. I guess these don't get put into bins. That's unfortunate. I was just curious about that. You yearn for the mines? Well, you're successfully yearning, that's for sure. You're also one of the more pissed off dwarves. You want to be extravagant. All right, well, since you want to be extravagant, I'm going to start doing 2 things. I'm going to make a clother's shop. And I'm going to make a dyer's shop. Now, I'm going to make silk bags. How many bags do I have? Or silk, how much silk do I have? Cloth. Cave spider silk. 13. 5, 8. Let's say 20. And then I'm going to start making olive dye, I think. Broody chickens are gonna be scary. Yeah. Most effective way of eradicating a vampire from your fortress? As in, like, locating it or getting it out of the fort? Like, are you trying to figure out who the vampire is? Olive leaf dye or olive bark dye? Woof. Question is, how do I get olive leaves? Process plants. What do I have that I could process? Naff jute, root breed, blood amaranth. Huh. Might as well just dye all the leather that I can. But you're gonna start making silk. If I remember correctly, your dwarf likes the color brown. Well, good news for you. Most of this fortress is brown. And let's also go up to here and go wooden cabinets. Let's just make 10 of those. Booze are being moved down here. Let's go make another one. This is going to be for finished meals. So if you're trying to figure out how to catch a vampire, one of the easiest ways that I find is just knock down all the walls to your bedrooms, because the next person who gets eaten will be seen by somebody. The other thing that you can do is just burrow everybody in the tavern or burrow everybody somewhere without alcohol, or forbid all alcohol, and the last dwarf to get thirsty is the vampire. Or just, like, check your mayor's description and see if they killed them. Because it's often the mayor. If a new dwarf recently suddenly got elected, probably pretty sus. Is there a way to create a task to make your dwarves compose a song? Not in fortress mode, only in adventure mode. But if you write a song in adventure mode and venture to your fortress and you sing it a bunch, it'll teach the dwarves that song and then they'll sing it. That's the closest that we got, though. My manager needs an office in here. Yeah, they tend to. And also from lying a whole bunch. You're dying of boredom doing a training course surely made by AI on your work? Oh, that sucks. For a kick. Happy to provide background noise, if nothing else. There we go. Olive leaf dye is something I can now do. So I will just make olive leaf dye whenever the amount of available olive leaf dye is greater than 2. I will just make 2. Nope, that's wooden cabinet. That one. 2. We have to make camouflage clothing. Also, if they're not consuming, then they get sluggish, which makes them extremely unproductive at literally everything, which is kind of a pain in the ass. Let's also... Can I not specify dye yarn? That's a little annoying. Little bit annoying. And from identifying what can you preferably do with them, it depends on the vampire and who they are. If it's a vampire I decide I want to keep, then I'll usually jail them, and then once they're set free, have a place set up and ready so that I can imprison them easily without, like, you know, having to completely shift plans for the fortress. If they are... Actually, maybe not the manager. If they are not one that I want to keep, then I'll just either expel them or kill them. With your pet cave ogre, they're very effective as, like, soldiers. So, like, you could, like, sometimes I'll put them in a squad by themselves and get them to go do, like, Black Ops missions, essentially, and, like, send them into war zones on their own. to go like topple places or steal specific artifacts. I've done that before, which can be a bit of fun. You can make a conditional task on the manager. It's very useful to do that, yes. We'll go great on the Z level below block the well. Yes, Aeon Prophet. I tried that recently and it does. Somebody was saying that bars don't, but greats do. So many bags. So many bags. So many bags. You know what? We're just going to put barrels in here. It's not too many. Some migrants have arrived. Hell yeah. Look at this. We now have hit the great... Sorry, siege chamber? What a good name for a dwarf. You dream of mastering a skill? See, competition is wasteful and silly. Are you brave? That is such a good last name. Like this you just have to be in charge of something. It's a loner, sloppy, developed empathy, but good with language. Hates competition. I do need... Sorry, lore? The woodcrafter? You? You've got good tactics. Do you have other military skills? No. Interesting. You want excitement and you want to fight. Although you are somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, which is like... Doesn't handle stress well. But like, you have skills in tactics. Alright, Pebble. Where is your spouse? Scapegoat. I'm going to take you off of mining and set you as the leader of the squad. I don't know why I keep calling you Scapegoat. Your name's Soapgoat, but... Sheriff or militia commander? Am I making a cop squad? Or am I making a military squad? I could start with a really early sheriff. And you found it funny? I mean, Soapgoat would be a goat that doesn't stink, which is wild. Think you should be a sheriff? That way you can get the right sheriff your goods. Okay. But because I don't technically have a militia commander, melee leather armor. Can I make you into a sheriff and? That's the question. Yeah, I can. The Regal Picks. What do I name this squad? The Crazy Club. No, that's a good name for a tavern. The Crazy Stick. I can't call them the Crazy Brick. The Crazy... The Crazy Goat. That also sounds like a tavern. Let's imprison some idiots. No one of these committed a crime yet. So that would be kind of hard. That should be fine. Savage Pebble Grinder? The Savage Pebbles. Sounds so adorable. An enemy so funny sounding, you'll laugh when they attack. Crazy Chicken. You're never going to figure out a siege without him. No, it's true. You would like to extend my thanks to you for your wonderful and easy to digest tutorial Let's Play on Weather Mountains. It was genuinely unlocked the game for you. I'm glad that it's still relevant. Like, I've been kind of dreading, because at some point in the future, I'm going to have to probably remake chunks of it. Or, like, make a new series or video that's, like, a similar enough amount of game coverage that people are able to keep digesting it and using it. But we've got some new arrivals as well. The real question is, Zuntir, you, competent mace dwarf, dreams of mastering a skill, greatly respects the shrewd and guileful. Are you brave? I'm trying to actually do a good job of selecting my military this time. The last few forts, I've just kind of thrown everybody in the military with, like, no real rules. Darius, you would like a dwarf, I presume beard? Doesn't find those that develop skills. Really quite confident in her abilities when it's speed, stubborn, and genuine, does not easily hit or develop negative feelings, has an active imagination, doesn't focus on the current activity, doesn't handle stress well. I'm gonna throw you in anyway. Zuntir, or Carpenter rather, you, Zulban. I've already got some Marksdorf related skills. Oh, you're married to Siege Operator. Also only just arrived, hey? Well, you've been here for a little bit. She can handle stress. That's good. Dreams of mastering a skill. She does not really value skills related to fighting. Well, who bad? That being in build mode makes you jump Z levels and 2 Z levels instead of 1. Are you holding down shift? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never experienced this. And I also don't even know what you mean by build mode. Like, when you have this, like, that's... It sounds like you are double tapping a button to me. So I have no idea what you're talking about. I have not experienced that, no. Because holding down shift will make you jump 10. So Darius would like a dwarf with a beard. How about, would you prefer a woodworker or a miner? Or a siege operator, a siege operator even. We got a few. But I don't think there's any bugs related to that, so it sounds like something's bound weird, Dr. Pep. At least I'm not familiar with any bugs like that. If you want a female one with a beard, you could very easily enable that in the game files. You could look at how to do that on the wiki. But I'm not going to do that in my save, so... Since Darius isn't giving me any preferences, I will give you the woodworker. I mean, so it's a setting in the game files, which is literally you have to remove a slash. Like, sure, you could download a mod for that, but you could just go into your game files and just remove a slash because it's an option that's just commented out. You just need to look where it is in the wiki. It's in one of the init files. It's like there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress where it's like, oh, there's a mod for that, when in reality, like, it's literally an in-game option just in the old options menu, which is in the game files. Like, because the options menu wasn't in the, like, settings menu under escape until the Steam version came out. And even then, some of the options were still in the text files. It's literally just there. So like, sure, you could download a mod for that and make sure you load it in every time, or you could just close the game that you're currently playing, go to the game files, remove the slash and reload it, and everybody will have beards. Like literally, it's that easy. It's just like a flavor thing. You might do that instead. I don't know why you're laughing so hard at that right now. Well, I'm happy I made you laugh. Darius. Submerged stockades. That would be a bad place for a stockade to be because that sounds like drowning. So Darius waterboarding is never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, and tends to not reveal personal information. Generally, he, of course, acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He can handle stress and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He is slow to trust others and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Welcome to the military, my boy. Sorry, Darius. Also, put down your axe. That's all. Anyway, he dreams of raising a family and does not personally see introspection as important and does not respect the law and does not really value skills related to fighting. So now you're in the cop squad. Well, that's not so good. He doesn't see attainment of knowledge as important and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Well, you'll figure it out, I'm sure. He likes rutile black bronze Tavasaurite as well as the color scarlet leggings and yaks for their shaggy hair. The words of the Festival of Pantomiming and the sight of the luxury of tweeting and when possible prefers to consume giant osprey and llama cheese as well as dwarven ale, barley flour, and of course, hates jumping spiders. He doesn't eat jumping spiders. He hates jumping spiders. He's in love with the manager and his good friend died early on. Welcome to the fort. Also, I think you were one of the starting 7. The untoward faith now requires a temple and a priest. Okay, if you insist, sir. A lot of dwarves not liking spiders. I'm waiting for the one dwarf who just likes to eat spiders. I always just like accidentally read it like that the dwarf eats spiders. Prefers to consume spiders. Might actually be one of my favorite lines of text in this video game. Just because of how fucking funny it is when you actually think about it for more than a couple of seconds. It's like, prefers to consume spiders. Prefers to consume what now? Excuse me, sir, I beg your pardon. What the fuck you want about? The only way to eat spiders in Dwarf Fortress is if you're starving to death and searching for small creatures. Meaning, like, if that dwarf was starving to death in the caverns and managed to catch a spider and eat it, they'd be happy about it. Absolutely. SciTech. It just gives different unhappy thoughts. So if you ignore it, then they get one unhappy thought. If you deny it, they get a different unhappy thought. So it's like, pick your trauma. Sort of dealio. But it's for everybody. So if a religion petitions for a temple and you ignore it, everybody who petitioned as part of that religion, so every member of that religion in your fortress gets an unhappy thought. If you what's the word? If you have a dwarf that, or if you have a there we go, that'll be fine. If you have a guild hall that petitions and everybody is a member of that guild will get an unhappy thought. If you ignore it, they'll get a different unhappy thought. How do you attract migrants? By selling stuff to your home faction. and other factions. The more wealth you export, so like exported wealth, the more wealth you export, the more people want to move to your fort. So if you export like a pile of gold on the first day, you'll get massive migrant waves, assuming the population exists. If the population doesn't exist, then you just won't get migrants, which can suck sometimes, but is what it is. Bringing all these meals down. This up here needs to not have prepared meals, which it already doesn't. We do have barrels, which are also going to need to move. Most of this is just like hauling stuff in. We're about to get hit by some ads. I will pause the game during the ad break so you won't miss anything. Gifting counts as exported, yeah. It's just, you just get a higher value of it immediately. It also, it's trading more value than what you're purchasing, so giving them a good deal also increases like your relationship with that faction. No, you cannot. The dwarves, I don't think, have metal tools here. You could be wrong. What do you mean? They might not have access to certain metals, but in this fort, they absolutely have access. If you're talking about in your fort, they might just not have access to that material. If you're talking about in this fort, we absolutely do have metal tools. 100%. I mean, hell, I'm going to be using metal weapons. I'm just only going to be using blunt weapons. If I export a lot but import a lot too, does this surplus for migrants get diminished? Or the export value is independent? Export value encourages migrants. If the game is processing in your region there being a pool of 2,000 dwarves, then you'll get from that pool. And as that pool gets smaller, then more, then you'll get less migrants over time. But like, if you exhaust all of the dwarves in that region, which can happen, but that's pretty rare and hard to do, you'd have to run a fort for quite a while, you will eventually stop getting migrants until that population replenishes. So until like you go out and capture places or hillixes are founded or something else creates more population growth in the overworld, which you have very little control over, admittedly, then you stop getting migrants. But like the more wealth that you send out, the more fame you get, and the more interested people are to trade with you, the more migrants want to migrate there. And they don't necessarily need to be part of your faction. They just need to be not in a faction currently or part of your faction. So like if I make contact with these dwarves down here, which I've been trying to for a while and trade with them, then any refugees that are in like this region will then be like, oh, we could move here if we wanted. You know, same with like if I make contact with humans over here, any dwarven refugees over here could be like, I could go for a dwarf over there because like, you know, there's dwarven fortresses and stuff in this world that are destroyed. So there was clearly dwarves living there at one point that have moved away. Worlds where goblins killed everything? There's definitely still refugees. Absolutely. It is almost impossible to have a world with literally nothing in it unless you made it so hot that nothing can exist without their blood boiling. Like, there will be refugees, or there will be dwarves that have goblin culture. It's really fun when you get I've gotten migrants like this before, where you'll get, like, a bunch of migrants, and then they'll all have not dwarf names. Like, Dumat Lekudur is a dwarven name, whereas, like, if I go to the civilization screen, and I hover over this human civilization, Nato Unaxungisu is not a dwarven name. Osman Amkila, I'ma kill your face. Anyway, is not a dwarven name. Those are human culture names. The more you play this game, you'll eventually start to realize names from different cultures in Dwarf Fortress. And one of those, and those dwarves can also migrate to your fortress if they're all that's available. Made a small farm of 5 long-necked dinos, and they breed like 100 little dinos, and so now I have 40,000 units of meat. I mean, I would just sell it, but like, if you're just saying like get rid of it, I mean, you could just like throw it into some lava. throw it in the river. I don't know, dude. That's like intense. That is kind of intense, I'm not gonna lie. Look at all this green sheep's wool cloth. Let's make yarn loincloth. And let's just make 40. I'm going to set a order. To only use dyed cloth. Because I think we're pretty much done making all the bags that we need for the minute. Let's just get rid of those. Make the last one. Itchy, I mean, comes with the territory. What kind of sausages? Pasta? Okay, who's pissed and why are you so pissed? Outraged at the scarcity of changes and chains. Okay, boss. Actually, I think I probably just have a bunch of cages and chains. I'm sorry, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I didn't know that Jared Leto, if you took his first and last name and mashed them together, you got a freaky bat monkey. I need to know what this thing looks like. Okay, well, they definitely took some artistic liberties with this. This is what I'm getting on Wikipedia. It's a small heterosaur type thing from the late Jurassic period, middle to late Jurassic period. Definitely discovered in China. Genosters is derived from the same ancestry discovery as Johol, China. That's an artist's interpretation. I don't know. That's a little different from the Dwarf Fortress interpretation. It's more smiley. What an ugly creature. Yeah. It's like a... I don't know. Like a prehistoric flying monkey slash bat thing? Bird thing? Weird. But holy shit, that's fugly. Like, my God, man, look at that face. Look at it. That's something. Definitely some artistic liberties in that. Anyways, I need to figure out where to put a prison. Sorry, that threw off my groove for a second there. They did him so dirty. I think it's pretty funny looking. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm happy there isn't a man variant of that I'm not aware of. Unless I'm not aware of one. Because that would be horrifying looking. So that's going to be for a prison. This first temple. Does Pebble worship it? What religion are you? Oh, okay. Pebble does in fact worship the untoward faith. So should I put that right here? I think that would be fitting. It's kind of above, like a bit outside maybe, but I feel like it would look... What's the name of the Pokemon who's also a mime? There is, and it's terrifying. Hold up. I must know what that looks like. Yep. That is terrifying. Eurus likes Jeholeptoris men for their round heads? I don't know, man. Mr. Mime, is it literally just that? Okay. I don't know. It's kind of like Mr. Mime if he was a Batman villain. Oh, speaking of Batman villains, or maybe not Batman villains, but the best workshop mod right now. Where did it go? Why can I not find it now? Am I spelling raptor wrong? There it is. It's the best dino mod. Raptor like a craptor. Anyway, this is the best mod in Dwarf Fort. It changes the name of the Utah Raptor to a Eurus Raptor. I just would like to inform all of you of the best Dwarf Fortress mod. Just, that's all. This mod looks amazing. It's perfect. I wouldn't change anything about it. The untoward faith. Wouldn't want your faith to be untoward now, would we? This is really gambling with safety doing this. Okay, so now that I've done all of this, I'm also pretty sure that this is the god of torture and misery. Without an edge? Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? So they're pretty tiny. They're like half the size of a dwarf then. I don't know what a Thangomizer is. Ilmir, please explain to me what a thingomizer is. Is that like a magtrometer? Or is this just confused, like, paleontologist.jpg? Is the official scientific names for the end of the Stegosaurus's tail. Are you for real? Oh. Okay. Good to know. All expeditions to... Okay, so for many ages... Wait, hold up. For many ages, dwarves have questioned this mysterious land of Utah that this magnificent creature allegedly hails from. All expeditions to find it thus far have been ended in failure, leading many dwarves to now suspect that this mystical realm was nothing more than a myth. I feel like that should be the D for dwarf page. For those of you who don't know, there's satirical portions of the Dwarf Fortress wiki, which is D for dwarf, and I feel like that should be the satirical portion of the Utah Raptor and Dwarf Fort. So Farside made a joke about cavemen calling it the thingomizer because of it did that, what it did to the thing. Got it. Why is that the actual scientific name for it, though? Why? There was no name for it before the Far Side comic. Are you for real? Oh. Okay. I'm learning stuff every day. I knew that Far Side had cultural impact, but like I didn't realize it had that much. What material were these? Avocado wood doors. I really like the look of avocado wood. Wooden door. I'm all out of avocado wood. I gotta go chop down an avocado tree or 4. An avocado tree or 2. Like these ones. And that one. Or this one. Do I... Wait, what? No access to my... Okay, well that area is all accessible. So... I guess I don't have any rock mechanisms because I must have not made a mechanism shop. So let's just make a mechanic real quick. What elves? What are those? Salgar? I've never heard of it. What, the wooden doors? I mean, we're dwarves. We haven't had any, like, discussions or disagreements with them yet. If we start disagreeing with them and they start telling us to not do this, then, you know, maybe we'll think about it. If they've brought us like good stuff in trade, maybe we can make a deal. Otherwise, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to just keep doing what I'm doing. There you go. There you go. Maybe you and Pebble will become a proper couple at some point. Then you won't need your own bed. But for right now, you do in fact need your own bed. Finally got all those blocks blocked up. Yeah, that one throws me off every time I see it too. But I was also trying to think of like other instances where there's like real places referenced in like Dwarf Fortress names. Like that has to be a thing, right? Like all the different mineral names, like there has to be something like that. You know, there is a word for raptor in Dwarvish. You could rename the Utah Raptor just to a raptor, but like raptor in Dwarvish followed by the word raptor. And maybe some of those other ones could just be like other words for other people. Like you could just name it like a Maffle Sir Shirchus. Instead of Andrew Sarchus, you could just name it after like a dwarf or like a human. Kogan's Raptor, exactly. Well, that would be Boat Murdered Raptor, but I feel like people love the Far Side, and sometimes scientists are also people. Because YouTube chat says that scientists love Far Side. I think Far Side's funny, actually. I'm not a scientist, but I do think Far Side is quite funny. Okay, so I probably only need like 4 chains. 1, 2, 3. Stick one over there. 4. And then dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. There you go. Oh, I literally only needed 3. Well, hopefully that'll make you less pissed off. And we'll stop getting annoyed at the lack of cages. You also need martial training. You also want to be extravagant. And you want to fight. So this, right here, is going to be a temple to the untoward faith who worships the god of torture and misery. And I'm going to make rock statues. Although I should probably make better material statues. You know what? I should just start digging. That's what I should do. What's the value that you still need? I'm going to dig over here so that if I do hit the caverns, the monsters aren't going to come straight like out of the caverns and into my living room, you know? This world's pretty shallow, I think. It only goes down to layer 48. So let's just go down to layer maybe 10, 15. That'll do. You've been removed from the mining crew because you're now running the militia. It's probably safer in the long run. Just an FYI. Gay misery. Yay, misery! You want to admire art. What a fun dwarf. Utah people of the mountains equal mountain raptor. True. If you want to be guaranteed to get a dwarf, Mackenzie, you gotta pop into the Twitch chat and get the redemption, which is available sometimes. Currently is, I think. I can name you an inanimate object, though. A new toad species and name it after Tarn in his honor. It would be really neat if... Okay, here, you know what's a... This won't happen. I'm going to speculate for a second. You know what would be cool? Name a brewery after you? I can do that, Fulgur. actually, Mackenzexit. There you go. You can have that, Mackenzie. A brewer. Can I fit a still in here? Why don't I was thinking about like just plopping them like this kind of thing. That actually looks pretty cool. I have to get one inside because the one above ground is not permanent at the minute. Is XKCD still going? I don't actively read XKCD. I just sometimes reference XKCD. Because if it's not, then that would make sense. He's still going 3 updates a week? Well, I mean, it just means that the following is like aging with it if it feels dated. That's all that means. It's like saying Dwarf Fortress feels dated. It's like, well, I mean, it's still relevant to the people who care. It's just, you know, its current cultural cachet has maybe gone down with time. So I'm getting mixed responses. Oversized red zip-up hoodie says XKCD is still going. He gets 3 updates a week. And YouTube chat is saying the artist died of COVID in 2021. So what is happening? I'm confused. Did you see that they found proof of the Nile Valley used to be populated by a skinless skeleton people? What? Archaeologists found a whole mess in their remains. The Onion has a good write-up on it. Oh, this makes a lot of sense. Like, I beg your pardon? Skinless skeleton what nows? My people! Citation needed. Sure. I see you found my ancestors, Ilmirin. Hey, chat, guess what? This might shock you. We have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground and a downward passage. Okay, that's actually kind of surprising. Where downward passage, though? Oh, it's actually Dwarf Fortress. That's an upward passage, not a downward passage. It's an upward passage that leads nowhere. That's actually really funny. Huh. Got Galena. Good stuff. It's all marble. Tons of spider silk. La Sawada. And cobaltite. What else do we have? More galena. Good stuff. It seems like these dwarves are all getting their wool loincloths. We did break the wall. They dug straight down through stairs. So stairs down. Teleport over here because humans are here to trade. That's not what I was trying to do, game. Down. And the stairs go straight down into here. That's how we discovered the cavern. Was the stairs. I think I'm just going to sell... That's an expensive as hell seed barrel. Just a couple prepared food barrels. And then totems, maybe? We're about to get hit by ads. When the ads hit, I will pause the game so you won't miss anything. Or start catching those elephants. Let's also say sell the horsehair thread and the yak hair thread. I kind of wish that you could build totems without having to put them on a pedestal. Like, I wish they were like statues. Or like maybe large totems could be. Not according to the wiki. That's why I said I'm getting mixed messages. Cross and Colossus. I still need to name a brew shop. A still for one of our lovely chatters here. Let's throw willow logs down here. Make this into a still. Totem poles would actually have to be multiple levels, though. I wonder... if it's possible to build a statue, a floor, and then a statue, and then a floor, and then a statue, and then a floor, and then a statue, and a floor. And, like, vertically built statues. I mean, you can't smooth trees, I don't think. Like, if you could engrave trees, that would be neat. I'd actually be super down for engraving trees. That'd be kind of cool. What's the Stone Age challenge? It's less of a challenge and more of a theme. It's also not that Stone Agey. It's just that's the only thing I can think of for it. The only dwarves that get bedrooms are nobles. And for weapons, I can only use blunt weapons. And I can only use leather for armor. And I'm trying to only use yarn for cloth. That's basically it. It's not super strict or crazy or anything. But that is what I'm currently doing. I mean, that would be cool. And then engrave them. That'd be neat, Frozen Leaf. This chat is suddenly pro-elf. Wild. Yeah, have yet to provide the stair tree carving skills. I mean, they just climb. They don't really use stairs. Oh, they just brought another Denotherium. Holy fucking shit, that's a heavy cage. That is such a heavy cage. Holy shit. I'll buy that silver mace, though. Also buy the platinum bars. To make into fancy stuff. Buy the fish, because why not? That one book. That one scroll. And these, because I'm lazy. Maybe not all of them, because that one's expensive. Trade. Done. Yeah, no, exactly. Psych's correct. The elves don't really carve things. So I guess for stairs, they would just ask politely. But I was thrown off because they don't, like, make stairs. Like, at all. What's the value of this for the untoward faith? I'm just going to do this real quick. Make a wood furnace right there. Make a smelter right here. And make a, not a magma forge, a metalsmith right here. Plat Warhammer artifact, please. I mean, I can't really do that on command. Due to lag on that food? Oh, that sucks. I mean, that's what it's there for, right? What I would do, if you have too many animals, is one at a time I'd put them into a cage, Nimros, and then when traders come by, sell them. Or just leave them in a cage, and if they're war trainable, war train all of them. Connect the cage to a lever and put it out where the baddies would attack you, and then when baddies show up, be like, pull the lever, and then laugh maniacally. What if they're grazers? Then you know, I can't help you. If they are like named trained dwarf, bro, agent. I don't think I've ever seen somebody with the job title agent. I mean, I know what it is, but like, oh, that's wild. Do you work for a merchant company? The Slick Society and the Realms of Slop. Chat, we found the Zoomer Civ. Or Gen Alpha Civ? I don't know. I think this is actually a human. This doesn't look like an elf to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, this is a human. But she comes from the realms of slop. Which is very funny. Slop Fortress, here we go again. Got your first fortress to 2 years? Hell yeah, dude. As a tree hugger, I have to agree on Profit. Also, you've been here for a while today, and that wasn't the first thing you said, so I think that what you're saying is a lie. Are you going to speak with anybody? It's not like I have any artifacts for them to steal. There's also a naked pilgrim, which is really funny. You're just here to relax, eh? What's your most, It's like you've got some sort of legendary skill, but no kills. Interesting. Maybe it's intrigue? It's probably intrigue, but like, I won't be able to find out what it is this person wants unless I make a public zone. And currently the only public zone requires you to be a member of this faith. So I could make the tavern public, but I don't really want to do that until I have another tavern underground. Like this tavern out here, I kind of want to make public, but I also need to put a tavern in here somewhere, which I just haven't done yet, which shall probably go up here with like a balcony or something, maybe. Or alternatively, like back in here, maybe. Or maybe up here. I don't know. Which won't be public.
Heyo.
Ranger Rick, hello! Thank you very much for the 40th month. Arena, welcome back, dude. Let's get this still named. On keeping up your drink supply? Make an automated job. That's what I do, which I'll show you how to do in a sec. How goes the Stone Age? Good old Pebblebrain is continuing to pebble along with their little pebble brains, I guess is what I would say. It's been pretty good. No real complaints. I've been enjoying it so far, although it's mostly realistically just been a normal fortress, at least thus far. I'm just gonna go down here and get this squad training temporarily. Except this should just be... Let's say maces. Why don't we just use maces for the fun of it? We're here to mace the enemy. They're going to be sitting there with watery eyes for the next little while, that's for sure. And I think I will put my barracks over on the other side here, but for right now, it's just going to live there. After you grab a drink of rice beer. Those are not mastodons, no. That would be cool. I don't think mastodons exist. No, these are, Dinotheriums? Also, it seems that they take longer to grow than I thought they would. I expected them to be full size within a year like all the other creatures, but these ones seem to be taking longer than a year. They're still calves after a year. I should check their wiki page. 2 seconds, chat. I'm just gonna go use the washroom real quick. I will be RB. You're not gonna miss much. I hath made it back. Let's get Fulgur's still completed. Just right here. And under construction. You still kind of can. Nene. You still kind of can. It never made them nearly invincible, though. Dwarves are just kind of nearly invincible. And well-skilled dwarves are just kind of nearly invincible. Oopsies. Fulgur's still here. There you go. You're still here, I think. But the easiest way to deal with drinks is, say, brew drink from whatever you have the most of. If amount of drinks is less than 200. So if the amount of drinks is less than 200, they will brew more from fruit. And I will probably always have fruit. Probably. At least pretty consistently, I will have fruit. There we go. We got Sheriff Waxstick. I'm going to go leather... Whoops. Armor. Leather... leggings, I guess, is what I'll make. Let's make 10 of each of those. And now you can go get martial training. A priest must be elevated. Oh, wait. Is the value high enough? I don't think it is. No, it's not. I need to elevate a priest. So you have charcoal. You can now make bituminous coal. Underneath that, we can make smelt galena. Thankfully, there's just coal everywhere down here. I could. I mean, I have bone greaves. Because right now it's just set to leather legwear, but like... Although, aren't those bone leggings? Hold up, let me check. I can't remember what they're actually called. I so rarely make them. Yeah, it's just bone leggings. So it's either bone or leather leggings. So I don't know. Probably not. You've got a silver mace. Got a bismuth bronze mace. I mean, I could make them available. Can I make bone shields? I don't think I can. I could make wooden shields. Could make like avocado wood shields. Those are a nice color. Oh, look at that. The lady consort visiting. I probably should make the tavern public once I get the other one up and running, which will be soon. Oh my god. There's so many seeds. So many friggin' seeds. All right, well, let's go. Actually, let's go back to you and just say everybody does this. I just want to get that done more efficiently and get more plants up in here. Because currently I have, like, none. Okay, so you're now smelting galena, which is what I want. And let's go lead altar, silver statue. And those silver statues can be to the god of what the hell was her name? Hold on. The god of what the fuck was your name, ma'am? Estrith, the cross of whatever. The cross of something. The cross lamentation. Lamentation. Female dwarf of misery and torture. I only need one lead altar, though. I think that you are thinking about this 200% more than I am. I'm just trying to get these guys some basic weapons and gear training. So I'm not going to do that, Aiden, respectfully. I might do that in the future if I decide to accept some tedium into my life, but I haven't accepted that in my life. Maybe once we have full sets of armor and I replace clothing and get them to take their pants off, then I'll do that. But for right now, I'm not even remotely concerned about that. I'm much more concerned about just getting a squad and getting, like, weapons in their hands. Oh, I know what the comment was for. I'm not going to do it. Like, there's a difference between, like, you saying it's for a different comment and me just saying, yes, I'm aware, but I'm also not going to do it. Also, chat, if you're lurking in the stream, the best thing that you can do is help keep that chat moving. So if you're lurking around, could I get a round of beers? I'd love to know how many of you are here listening to the channel. That goes for you, YouTube, too. Currently, it's just been me and Aiden talking for the last 8 minutes. What do you think we should do with this fortress, chat? Aside from, you know, bone leggings. Although I am kind of curious as to what bone leggings would look like as armor. That might look cool. Yeah, actually, I'm going to have to get them to just replace clothing, I think. Like, mostly certain I'm going to have to do that. Because they're not wearing pants over their pants. So, I'm going to have to make them replace clothing. Which is a little bit annoying, actually. So, that's going to be the last thing I worry about then. Why don't you go into Steam and pause updates, Romanoid? Like, if you're worried about a mod, like an update breaking mods, why don't you just pause the updates? Remove the problem before it problems. Oh, I need empty cages. Actually, do I have full cages? Nope, just you. Go on some raids. Get some more books, probably. I do need to get the fort a little bit more defended before I start doing raiding, though. You have one unread message notification? What, in Steam? It's an image of Kivish, the Fierce Grizzle, the Dwarf, by Mincott. Kivish, the Fierce Grizzle, is screaming. The artwork relates to the moment when Ethrish, the Cross of Elimination, cursed the dwarf Kivish, Theater Syrup, the Fierce Grizzle, to assume the form of a raccoon-like monster every full moon in Spearwings in the mid-autumn of 123. At least it wasn't 1, 2, 3, 4. I like that it's a raccoon monster. The god of torture. Cursing someone with being a raccoon monster. Rack attack. Removing all those items caused your dwarves to stop socializing and actually start working. It's probably because they were canceling jobs so much. It's funny how that works sometimes. What's the value of this statue? 250. No, not polished stones. Encrust furniture with cut gems. I probably have something that's encrustable. Doesn't matter if it's a statue or not, though. We're also going to make silver mace. Did I not? I guess I must have finished those. I must have not. Wooden shield. 10. Get you avocado wood. But enjoy your lurk and work. Tight. Playing my guitar while you watch. Your fingers are busy. Ah, it's all good. It's all good. Are there duck dinosaurs? You forget what their actual name is. The ones with the duck bill. Yeah, those are in. If you mean like as in Ducky from The Land Before Time, I'm really realizing through Dwarf Fortress just how much of my own knowledge and as well as like chat's like knowledge of dinosaurs is purely based on Land Before Time. Turns out, edutainment, kids. No, absolutely, like caused a lot of problems. Like there was a weird issue with early versions of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, like right when it released on Steam, Nimrus, where if you ran out of seeds, the entire game would short circuit because they'd be trying to plant seeds that don't exist and they wouldn't move. They would just literally stand stationary until they starved to death because they'd be just repeatedly trying to plant seeds. And so what you would do is you'd go here and say nobody does this and it would fix all of it. It was weird as hell. And so they just changed how job cancellations work so that it's fine. But like, it was crazy. Another one that I found once was like, if you only have frozen water in buckets on your map and you get an injury in a tavern, they are incapable of dealing with that injury is another kind of wild one. And so, like, it, again, would short-circuit the game, but that's also been fixed to my knowledge. I think I'm going to try doing something that I haven't done in a really, 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 really long time. I'm making 25 step ladders. Bearded dwarf named Jay. Is the next one going to be Silent Bob? This bearded dwarf named Jay is truly Benny and the Jets. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. What are you doing, stepladder? Help me! I'm stuck under the bunk beds. Anyway, when action, he can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary, and he has a sense of duty, prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, could be considered rude, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He wears to square, of course, his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he likes to take it easy and often feels envious of others. He can handle stress and likes a little excitement now and then. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and has a greedy streak and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He clicks his tongue when he's annoyed, and he has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversations. He blows his breath out when he's annoyed and points at others when greeting them, and he cackles when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, but likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and is getting used to tragedy. Actually, what are you doing with my stepladder? I'm stuck in this tree now. Urist is actually how that goes. J-Mega plays Pornhub intro. What? He cackles when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally has the highest regard for loyalty and values self-control and does not particularly value or feel strongly about the law. Well, I mean, you're only a step. Like, you don't have the rest of a ladder. Like, why does that even qualify as a ladder, Felsner? The entire north half of your continent is full of goblins? Sounds about right. Farmable starflowers? Wait, as in like Super Mario Brothers? Aeon Prophet? Dreams of mastering a skill and personally has the highest regard for loyalty, values self-control, and does not particularly value the truth and does not feel strongly about the law. I feel like I'm going to yeet you out of the miners and throw you into the militaires. And I've got a very fancy bed. I wonder if I could put a fancy-pantsy chain. Actually, we probably have some instruments. No, we don't. That's sad. Chain? This would be fitting for the god of torture and misery. At least I think so. It's high enough value now from the looks. So we just need a priest. And, what do you mean I can't make Pebble my priest? Chad, who do you think should become the priest? Just like, do we want a funny priest? I don't have a goblin. Corn Knob, thank you very much for the 24 months with Prime. Thanks for remembering to click that button so many times. Check, can I get a 24 beers for 24 months Arenos? Let's go with the comedian. The Sacred Truffle. Trifle? Trifle. That's incredible. The Sanctuary of Evil of the Untoward Faith of the Temple of Pain. We'll go with that. I don't want to run out of letters. Is the Sacred Trifle. Truffle was better, but Trifle's good too. Considering it's literally the god of torture and misery, guys. Nebo Pelt Wipe. Okay. Wants to live here for the purpose of eradicating monsters. It's a human bonk stickman. Do we take the human bonk stickman? He doesn't have any bonk sticks, but he does have a book called The Human Understood. I'll bet you I could accept you. To get you to drop this book. Maybe. And then expel you. Anyway, he's in the Monster Slayers now for the time being. And Fath, the dwarf, who is actually a spear dwarf, who brought Thob Kizbiz me on the lips, which is a crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with marquee cut, smoky quartzites and encircled with bands of pig bone. This object, of course, menaces with spikes of green jade. On the item is an image of rectangular cabochons in jert. I will let you join because I want your crossbow. Random dwarf. You're a former member of the Corridor of Angrishing, and you're a member of the Accrue Machine, which is an unrelated dwarven group. You're also a noted treasure hunter. Well, you successfully acquired at least one treasure. Professional thieves, we call them. I've never had a bad truffle. That is very true, actually. I've only ever had good truffles. You know, honestly, I feel like the most common format of truffle I've seen in my life is truffle fries. I feel like that says something about me, and I don't know why. So we're making silver statues and silver maces. So a statue over there, statue over there, statue over there. For the most luxurious wipe. Yeah, I mean, he needs to find his Charmin Ultra Strong. Trying to think of a more luxurious wipe than that. Unless this is like an Escape from Tarkov joke, in which case then Tuesday? What? Why are the elephants in the ocean or in the water? They're desperately trying to cross the river. Like, desperately. I'm going to do this. It's going to take a little while. But maybe just giving them a bridge across will help. They dead? I mean, no. It's not deep enough for them to be dead. But maybe that'll help. Trap them? I mean, I've tried. I've literally placed multiple cages directly in front of them. I can't make them move, and that's as close to them as I can put the cages. So, I'm trying, but there's not much more I can do, except for maybe, like, hack down these trees, which will scare them. But, like, that is about as much as I am literally capable of doing. Like, you gotta remember, like, to a point, there's only so much I can actually do. I was just saying that, Nimaruz, but it's all I really got. That's not the first time I've chopped the trees down over there, though. So this would be the second time I've chopped the trees down over there, trying to spook them. Okay, so this is a little aquatic critter. You didn't hear it? No, it was literally as you typed it. It's fine. That's a little aquatic critter, so I should probably give it a little aquatic space at some point. The good news is we are up to 47 dwarves. So that does mean that things are kind of accelerating. As in, population is getting bigger. And I can continue making the Eye of the Storm over there for populations to snooze in. Going to slowly expand my kitchens. Oh, also I was starting to run low on fruits. I guess we've solved that issue. Seeing as there's now a few fruits and vegetables. Stockpile's a little full now. So that's good. And I've made a few bolts and a few leggings. And there's a few bolts and a few leggings left. Someone was asking how much ivory they make. Literally 2. Might as well just decorate things with ivory and tooth. Has Pebble taken over the world yet? Working on it. It's a slow plotting task. I mean, I already have an elephant. Like, there's quite a few factions in this world so far that actually have access to tame elephants. I'll tame the adult one and keep it if I can, but I don't really care about the young ones because they'll take 10 years to grow up. If it's possible to buy sea serpents from elves, it is not possible to buy sea serpents. That would be like purchasing a whale. If anything, you would get them from the humans, but like, I don't think that you can buy aquatic creatures from the humans that aren't like the new dinosaurs. The new dinosaurs are kind of unique in that. You've seen humans selling whales before. I'll believe it when I see a screenshot, but outside of that, I don't really believe it because I've never heard of that happening. But if you have a screenshot, I'll believe it. I would love to see a screenshot, though. You've seen elves sell a sea serpent. Same statement. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't? Well, then it didn't happen. Liar. Pixar, it didn't happen. I'm being humorous. Mods don't count. No, absolutely not. I've seen them sell, like, whale leather. Wasn't a mod. Once again, I'll believe it if I see it. Do you? Because that's what they have tamed in that area. That's what the elves have tamed, I guess. Wait, when you say wrens, do you mean like small wrens? Like normal size wrens? Yeah, the only reason I'm calling BS is I've literally never heard of or seen that happening anywhere ever, and I feel like that's the sort of thing I would see. Like, that's the sort of thing that people would have mentioned in the comments section of the video that I made about sea serpents recently. So I find that very difficult to believe. Uh-oh. Got more lambs. Why are you named? It's the great plant gathering season. Find that quite cap. I'll be completely direct with you. I'm not 100% positive what cap means as sarcasm or as like slang. Like I have an idea, but I guess. So maybe Don Juice? You find it very easy to believe? I don't, because I've never seen it before. That's the sort of thing I would have seen. That was a Reddit? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Reddit OP post and replies makes me not believe it. If it was a... So this is a screenshot of somebody with a sea serpent. Sure. That I believe. But it isn't in the elves inventory. So thus I don't believe it. I would need to believe it in... I would need to see it in their inventory, and also I would need them to confirm that it's not modded for me to believe it. It's cool, but I mean, like, I've seen them before and teleported them into things. Excuse me. It's wild. Should someone tell this person that there are aquariums in the game, though? Still wild. Cat means false. Ah. Okay. Interesting. I know that no cap means, like, absolutely true, but that makes sense. What are you, a penguin for a kick? In YouTube chat? You see serpent, you eat serpent? I know the cultist Civ mod makes sea serpents existing on the surface undomesticated. Like, I would believe that if that person set them as non-aquatic. Like, if they set them as amphibious, in regards to in regards to how sea serpents work, then I would believe it. Because if you set them to be amphibious, then they can crawl up on land and could very easily be caught. But I do find it kind of hard to believe outside of that. Sea monsters are, again, a very different thing. Look at all of these plants, chat. Avocado skin dye. Huh. That was not something I was expecting to get. Let's just make some olive bark dye. I mean, they're kind of a... I mean, the inside of avocado skin is kind of a brownish color. Also, we've got our first artifact happening, and the outpost liaison has arrived. Trade sentiments are tenuous at best. Well, it's time to sell them a pile of garbage. I mean, a pile of valuable, high-quality crafts. We'll just do this. I'll sell all these. Sell all those. And boom, all those. I mean, pro tip, almost anything that changes how time works in DF hack can have some wild unexpected side effects. Like, I caution against anybody using time stream, just because it can cause some wildly unexpected side effects. Pebble says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. What do I want you to bring? I think I've just been asking for pets. What if I bring dogs and keep them in cages? I want backpacks and thread. But regardless, I guess I should circle back around to the sea serpent thing. That is crazy if that is real. I'm not a human. I wonder what, like, the mathematical odds of that are. Because it's literally, like, 1 per zone, right? For sea serpents. So, like, this is the enjoyable ocean. So the enjoyable ocean could have a sea serpent in it. Not even 2, not even a breeding pair, just a single one. This is like the waters of lust. This could have a single sea serpent in it. This is the scintillating gulf could have 1. This is the sea of prophecies, could have 1. So I really wonder what the odds are of, like, getting more than 1, or, like, even being able to trade 1. It's got to be, like, 1 in thousands, if not tens of thousands. Yeah, they're that rare. Which, same with sea monsters. Like, they're rarer than dragons. You used to sell barrels full of drink, but a few updates ago, they changed the list where you cannot inspect the amount inside a barrel anymore? Yeah. I don't know what update that was. But, why don't you just keep selling them? I mean, they changed the value of meals and food a while ago, but... Okay, Soap Goat, I'm going to be direct with you. If you want to get made fun of for the rest of the stream, say that you asked ChatGPT anything about Dwarf Fortress. Don't be stupid. Read the wiki. Jesus fucking Christ, man. The caravan from Keshmid has arrived. Overall trading sentiments are lukewarm. You might go for a world with the purpose of trying to make that happen again. My recommendation is have many, 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 many oceans. So try and generate a world that just has lots of different oceans that are high savagery. What would AI tell you? It's got to be terrible advice at best. I had somebody in my chat once, and this has fucked with me for weeks since. Like, it's literally been, like, several months ago that somebody said this to me. But I had somebody in my chat once who was like, they were using an LLM. I won't say which one. It's one of the big ones. And they were asking it to teach them Dwarf Fortress in the personality of me. And I guess they thought that I would find this complimentary. It's the most fucking disturbing thing I think I've been told by a human being in my life. Like, I'm genuinely still upset about it, and it has been months. Like, you wonder if Sam Altman plays DF? I wonder if he's even, like, experienced enjoyment in his life, because I don't believe he has. I'll save some of those bolts for the other faction. I'm trying to just increase trade sentiments. Trade relations. Bluey. I didn't ban them, though. How do I make my dwarves happy? Booze? Beds? Water mist? And a place to sleep. Oh no, and a place to socialize. I already said beds. Is it important to improve trade sentiment? Yes, if you don't want to eventually go to war with people. Or if you want them to keep trading with you. Booze, beds, babes, bitches, bacon, and buffalo. I don't know. What's another thing that starts with the letter B? Battle. Sure. Beef. Got it. Done. Batman. Pleasure. Barf. Anyway, bars, blocks, bins. Baptists. Wait a second. So yeah, no, you do kind of want to keep your dwarves, like, in decent... That... I don't know about that one. I'm not a human. Bisky. Okay, that we've already traded with you. It's now users. I'm going to buy this steel toy axe. And these books. And that book. And the silver step ladder. And also these backpacks. And one of those quivers. I don't think I said barrels, no. I do not believe that I did. Offer as a gift. So I've just given a really big gift to my home faction. My exported wealth is skyrocketed. You're now an adequate mace dwarf, but I'm actually going to take all of you. Get you to go equip those backpacks. Apparently. You've always needed dwarves. Yeah, dwarves need to marry to make children. Beards, true, actually. Why are we saying B words? I've lost the plot here. I mean, you called yourself out on using it. The thing is, if you're given the option between using a fuck ton of compute power and making some town in the middle of fuck nowhere, USA, unlivable, to ask a basic question about Dwarf Fortress, or literally go to one page and read a thing, and then make a laptop kind of warm in somebody's bedroom somewhere, why don't you just go make the laptop kind of warm in somebody's bedroom somewhere? Because as far as I know, the DF Wiki is still literally hosted on Roma Voxtrot's laptop. I think there's a backup for it now, though. But as far as I know, that wiki is just literally hosted in somebody's, like, on somebody's personal laptop. And, like, sure, like, you know, you could make the argument that the LLMs are getting better at, like, not being wildly inaccurate for no fucking reason. But at the same time, the problem with asking an LLM to tell you Dwarf Fortress stuff is it just pulls from the wiki anyway. So you're still heating up that poor laptop. But on top of that, they never truly know what version of the game to give you the information on. So the nice thing with sea serpents is they haven't really changed much since they were originally added to the game. They're virtually the same as they were 2 decades ago in game. However, make leather shield. However, plenty of pages and things have. So on that one, you'll probably actually get accurate information. I can't wait until this bubble pops. Then I can just crank that one K-pop song real loud and cackle to myself a little bit while the world burns. It's one of the few things that I'm cheering for China in right now. It's like, go open source models. Fuck the corpse of corporations. What I should have said is fuck the megacorps, and it would sound less bad, but you know. You want RAM too? I mean, I've said this before. If some Chinese company shows up and is like, hey, we make a DDR like equivalent speeds of RAM as like SK Hynix, I will import that. I would probably pick up on my microphone. Aeon, Prophet. It's getting competitive, but it still needs some time. Corporal Pip. I mean, it's useful technology that has its use cases, but like the vast majority of uses for it that people are currently using it for, like there's a really fucking funny memo going around recently of like I'm gonna mix things up because this is just me pulling this off the top of my head. For a thing that I was paying half attention to. But there is a firm that does consulting work on business. And they were a firm that was very heavily pushing AI in the early days of like this bubble inflating. And they're one of the companies that has now put a limit on the amount of prompts that their employees can use per month because it was costing them millions of dollars a month suddenly. And they said that like employees, there's in the note in the memo states that employees are no longer permitted to use and like Claude to convert XML files to PDFs because it was literally costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. And like, that's all I can say. Uber burned through their entire AI budget in like 2.5 weeks or something. Uber was one of those, but this was a memo from a different company. It wasn't Uber, I know that much. It was like under a month. It was basically like they had a budget and they were spending it based on one pricing structure. And then Anthropic went to token-based pricing. It was June 1st that they did that, I think. And Uber burned through it by like the 15th. And so their CFO was like out there being all like, the shit's expensive. We need a return on investment on this. It's like, no, really? Fucking what? Well, it's because Google doesn't have the ability to look things up on it anymore, right? It occurs to me that blunt weapons can be made from metal. Yes, this is true. I'm using silver maces for this fort. If somebody could think of a better name than Stone Age, then let me know, but...
Crypt beard.
I haven't thought of anything yet. Strange mood. What are you looking for there right now? Gem shining. Oh, it's probably that. Please go cut me a gem, thanks. Can I make lead blocks? I'm gonna make lead blocks. Just so that they get removed from the bars pool. I don't disagree at all about hating Gemini. But I do like that Google is one of the few major companies that is prioritizing like technology to make models smaller. Like I don't like Gemini and I don't like what Google's doing generally, but I do like that they're working on making models smaller, because that's what will devalue, you know, your Anthropics. Because that's, I think, the thing that'll pop the bubble, if anything. It's devaluing the work that the companies that are pushing this stuff the hardest is doing. What I think really sucks is now it's hard to explain, like, why Fear is cool. Like, Fear the video game, you know? I have to now say the behavioral scripting patterns of the bad guys and the way they queue up their voice cues based on where the player is standing is fun. I can't just say the AI was entertaining. Like, it fucking bothers the shit out of me, man. Medical Dwarf, if anything. I don't have a hospital. Okay, I have a hospital in this fort. It is, or it was, an open tile in the middle of the ground. I will make a hospital and give you a medical dwarf. How's that sound? I'm just going to make a zone here and go hospital. No visitors. Diagnoser? You can have Kilob, who's currently, I think, yeah, making an artifact right now. Does that work for you? It also makes like publishing any Adobe Illustrator files kind of awkward. Can underground roadways go under oceans? I presume so. I never really thought about it, gamer guy. They generally go under mountains, though. If you settle on an island, can you get any traders? I won't get any traders after the first two, won't you? It depends on if there's caves. If there's caves, then you will. If there isn't caves, you won't. Usually there's caves. I don't know. I guess what I want to say here is if you like the best thing that we can do for AI is call it what it is, you know? Like you're not talking about artificial intelligence. You're talking about large language models, which is a specific type of machine learning. Period. He is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will leave things strewn about without a care. Please make sure that when you are doing surgery, well, actually, no, you're just a diagnoser. Okay, so he leaves his stethoscope everywhere. That's fine. I was gonna say, when you're doing surgery, please make sure that you put the organs back in the right order. Anyway, he has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger and is inattentive to detail in his own work. Leaves a big hole in the heart. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and is sneezing. You definitely have cold, but maybe also missing left lung. Jumps to conclusions. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and often feels discouraged. He is moved by art and natural beauty and troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He does not often feel lustful, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and could be... and he tends to consider what others think of him. That's where I was going. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is a friendly... he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. I can read. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and is often cheerful. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly. He likes shale, electrum, pink garnet, and pigtail fabric. The color river blue, crossbows, dogs for their loyalty, gray langermen for their social nature, and the sound of the flute of amethyst, and the sight of the wondrous queen, and when possible prefers to consume toad, glass eye, pig cheese, gutter crewer, and hates mosquitoes. He has a long beard which is braided, and he has sideburns. He has a pet guinea cock, and he has no friends. Worships the god of minerals. And is currently completing a strange mood by grabbing a resin opal. You know what's really funny? Is Caves of Cud has, like, similar text procgen tech built into it, and has had that since, like, 2011? So, like, you could sort of say that about Caves of Cud, but it would also be completely inaccurate to what people imagine. So this is bituminous coal, sheepwool cloth, and gems. This is our first artifact, and some migrants have arrived. I guess we're going to get a mayor soon. The real question is, who's the mayor going to be? You're tough, clumsy, and patient. You're a siege operator, dreams of mastering a skill. Single-minded. You'll do okay. Just gonna try and get a full squad set. Okay, dumb question. Where the fuck is leather armor made? Do I not have a leatherworker's shop? I'd swear I fucking did. I must not. The hell? Like, just realizing that none of my leather shit's getting made. I'm like, what the hell's happening? It's the leather worker, probably. Will you get invasions, though? I can't confirm any of this for a kick. Maybe. If something's close enough to you to attack you, then yes. If you can't attack things and stuff's not close enough to attack you, then probably not in regards to invasions, if you're on an island. So I can't confirm or deny. It's like maybe, maybe not. Possibly. Perhaps. Potentially. Paradoxically. You okay over there, Yum Transfat? Eric, the diagnoser, has created a bituminous coal figurine of Kubok Narshell and offers it to the Pebble Land of Pebbles. By the way, does anybody here know what the symbol of this fortress is? The smooth brain, which is an image of a dwarf and a smooth pebble. The dwarf is raising the smooth pebble. The dwarf looks confused. The dwarf looks confused. The dwarf looks confused. The dwarf looks confused. The dwarf is admiring the smooth pebble. The smooth pebble is the image of the Pebble Land of Pebbles, a local dwarven government. It's a singular pebble. But the dwarf looks confused. Looks confused. After all this time, he's still confused. But we need to get that artifact looked at. This is a bituminous coal figurine of Kubok Town Alley. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Kubok Town Alley, the dwarf and dwarves in bituminous coal, by Kilub Eric Zokamaful. Kubok is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Kubok to the position of general of the passionate anvil in the year 40. It is encircled with rectangular bituminous coal cabochons. On the item is an image of dwarves in resin opal. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Pebblebrain by the Pebble Land of Pebbles in the of the passionate anvil. They got hit by the passionate anvil. That's why they're pebbles. In the early spring of 250. Would they be able to join civilizations like animal people? Yep. That goes for basically everything. They probably would still attack, though, right? Because technically, like, this is just me guessing. Like, giants are intelligent. So technically they can join factions, but usually they still just, like, murder everybody. There we go, lead blocks. Wait, why do you gotta embark at the year 350? Because it's about 350? I feel like I'm more proud of the naming conventions of this fort than I am of the naming conventions for Brain Rot, which was pretty fucking great. Is now a good time for my rant about how there's no dragons in Skyrim? There's only wyverns. Is the wiki down? It was up a minute ago. No, it's up for me. Oh, man. I thought I canceled that job, but I failed clearly. That is the little critter that I bought a little while ago, and, well, Unfortunately, I accidentally removed it from its cage, so it drowned. By that, I mean suffocated. I would just, like, honestly make dragons tame on Embark. Or, play an adventurer with a whole lot of Embark points and then just embark with, like, 150 of them. Wyvernborn? It sounds like somebody who won a championship in Wave Race. You know? But no, the wiki's up for me right now. Laptop's too warm? I mean, somehow you gotta keep the laptop warm somehow. Whee! Split. It's now covered with water. At least it's not stinking up our place anymore. I'm looking at this and thinking to myself, where should I put the tavern? Like, do I want to put it up here in the rafters? I kind of do, but I also kind of don't. I could also, like, put it back here. I have a question. This is completely irrelevant and has nothing really to do with anything, but who dropped the dagger? Like, if it's Daggerfall, who dropped it? Like, shouldn't you secure your daggers a little better? Like, that seems dangerous. I've been waiting to make that joke for a while. Also, a Daggerfall Dwarf Fortress mod should be called Uristfall, which in short could actually just be abbreviated to Splat. It's like, what are you playing? Splat. What's that? Urist not very good at catching himself on the way down.
Rotation state. C.
A lot of tech work. Happy plan. Oh, well, it's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. That's enough DF, Dad? Okay. Oh, so somebody did actually drop the dagger? Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, well, actually cool lore. I stand corrected. They should let that statue finish. There you go. Finish that up. And let's grab you and see what leather gear is available. A bunch of it. Now that we've actually made it. Wait, what? Why are you outraged concerning the scarcity of cages and chains? I made some. Probably not enough anymore. Dude's like constantly outraged. I think that our captain of the guard, aka Sheriff, needs to get off of Twitter. See, 10 out of 5. Now you should be happy. I guess that's what happens when you make sure that your captain of the guard is also, like, constantly angry at something. Splat would be Hammerfall? Or Hammerfell? Sure. I do really like that leather breastplates just make them look shredded. You've been leading an unexciting life, and you've been unable to fight. Is there anything fun close by that I could go raid for stuff? That's what I want to know. Anything fun for stuff grabbing purposes? Let's go explore things and stuff. The thing is, like, everything that is destroyed has been, like, picked clean that I'm seeing. Could go for the Mysterious Palace, which could be kind of fun. There's do you wanna we can go to the Monastery of Oiled Myths. You gotta love your myths well oiled. Not to be confused with Wax Strife. I guess that Wax Strife is flush with oiled myths. I like him drenched and slippery. Where was I? I'm down here. There's a big-ass lake in the middle. I mean, ocean. See if there's anything closer. If the hammer fell, why did the hammer fall? Because somebody dropped it. Also, this is the dank forests. Just thought I would let you know that, chat, in case you were wondering. This is interesting. There's a destroyed tower here called Fortress Phil, which is intriguing. We're gonna go and explore the Belted Continent's Tooth of Disembowelers Monastery of Beljudge. We're just going to send the crazy goat. They're going to go for a trip. Good luck out there, boys. Like a well-oiled mist? I mean, damn right. Somebody in chat's going, what the fuck are these guys going on about? Nearest vacation, go raid some dark goblin pits? Damn right, dude. I mean, what else are you supposed to do with your free time? Rest, relax, rejuvenate? What is this madness? Oh, I see why. I have to get one of these built first. There we go. I can do it. They're also lighter, though, meaning you don't need as high strength to be able to block with them effectively. Oh, I see, because you guys are talking about the difference between shields and bucklers. How goes the stoning? Oh, it's no henge, that's for sure. Slow progress? I actually have some population now. Stealing books and things. Probably have some elephants to butcher, actually. Butcher and train, mostly. I think this is becoming one of the nicer looking forts I've built in a while. Quite rapidly, actually. Almost alarmingly rapidly, even. No giant ravens eating my boulders. It's so nice, dude. I mean, builders, not boulders. No giant ravens eating rocks. Yeah, no, you know, I don't hate Untamed Wilds, but they do test my patience quite often. You can absolutely make obsidian weapons. Yeah, they're kind of terrible, though. Because your spacebar is broken. That's why. The weremoose, Obin Oilthiv, has come. A very large moose twisted into humanoid form right when my squad isn't here. Its sepia hair is short and even. You will know why you fear the night. Will I, though? Where is it? Okay, well, he's found my sheep. Okay, well... Panic? Let's turn that on. And hope that no one decides to be a hero. Like Kick Roast here, the old kiddo. Who's been bit probably multiple times. Is bleeding. Okay. There's you. I mean, there really ain't much I could actually do about this. Strike, 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 strike. Strike, strikes. What about you? Strike, strike, strikes. You've definitely been bit a bunch of times. Well, the manager is going to run in. The problem is like, this is all just open plan, right? So we just kind of have to assume that all of these dwarves have been bit. Okay, well, Asmil here is going to die of lack of lungs. Same with you. Have you been bit? Kicks, strikes, strikes, attacks, strikes, punches, strikes. Thankfully, it was just doing Kung Fu on him. How about you? Have you been bit? Strikes. No, you're fine. So the good news is the ones that have been bit look like they're all just going to die. And Sport Closets here is leaving, with the exception of Shorast here, who is chasing. You know what? Shorast, congratulations. You're getting a promotion. You're going to move up to the militia captain position. Seeing as you are still chasing this bloody human. And punching the human until they've started having trouble breathing. But you're also completely overexerted. In fact, you've gotten some punches back. Come on, Dwarf. You got this. The dwarf punches. The Craftsdwarf kicks the human in the lower body, bruising the right kidney, punches them in the upper left, punches them in the body, bruising the muscle, and bruising the ribs, and has punctured a lung. Meaning that dwarf did, in fact, doom Olin to inevitable death. You have dodos in your embark? Hell yeah! Dodo not make them extinct. Oh my god, is it gonna... It made it off the map. Also, the only reason this dwarf didn't get bit is the moose equipped it a sock. So the moose actually had a sock equipped. Oh my god, the weremoose will remember this. Weremoose now? I don't know. That's crazy, man. What a wild series of events. The lung piercing? The pierced lung? I wonder if I can even write lung. Punctured? Can't. Could name it the limp lung. The limp. I can't name it the limp biscuit. I'm very upset. Anyway, skewered, collapsed. Skewered lung. Could do that. Oh, I also lost my manager, who also was my broker, which is a little annoying. I'm going to give it to Saigon, who's the traitor. I was going to say, I'm assuming here that Saigon's going to have some sort of skill in brokering as well, but maybe not. Let's give it to Doomid then. And also, glass half empty is now my mayor. Yeah, it was this dwarf. Sure asked the Craftsdwarf, who's currently going to go rest because injured. Ideas and abstract complex concepts over handling specific practical issues. She is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, and thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She often acts with compassion, and she does not often reveal personal information, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is slow to trust others, can often experience strong cravings or urges, is quarrelsome, bothered by this because she values friendship and has an active imagination, dreams of mastering a skill, and finds artwork boring and sees merrymaking as a waste. Damn. Get you training once you're done in the hospital. Dirty? What's dirty about the loincloth? Your elbow got torn open. I hope you didn't get bit. Although, I think you only fought with it. Yeah, after she became... Yeah, you got punched, okay. Wooden casket. That was a human, not an elf. just a reminder, Aiden. That was a human, not an elf. The Weremoose lives another day. The Were Canada will be back. Her husband is just like hanging out over here. I don't know. Chad, I need a nickname for this dwarf. Vengeful. I don't know. Brutal moose. I don't know. I can't think of anything better than that. Although Clasped Phantoms is a good last name. The Rough Pebble. How about the Brutal Pebble? Or Pebble Fist. I don't know. She doesn't strike me like a Silent Bob. So, I no longer have a captain of the guard. Because you are now the captain of the guard. What if I give captain of the guard to Brutal Pebble? And then move you to captain of the guard. Let's do it that way. Dwarf, Carwells? Beard or no beard? Also, hey, Diamond. It's good to see you, man. I was gonna say, that's kind of creepy. I'm not a human. So for tombs, we're just gonna do this. That's going to be a good few dwarves. I didn't actually get the full body count, but a good couple died here. So we'll get all this done. The problem is they're going to start also claiming the dwarves who died in the river. Oh, also, people are asking how long it takes to get buckets of water down. Quite a while, turns out. Quite a fucking while. Bro. You didn't die, did you? Oh, no you didn't. I'm confused. Why are you... I thought that you were gonna run this one. I guess you just got... I guess because this isn't the... I really wish it would just reclassify the squad as the militia captain squad. It never rains here? Not really. This is a temperate, like, grassland, so it's kind of like a like Africa type place. I mean, we do have wild elephants here. So it kind of checks out. Oh, I should probably assign the manager to actually be a manager. Should probably do that. Manager. Manager, there we go. And down in here, I need a place for my mayor. So I'm thinking... put the mayor up one level, maybe? Trying to decide if I want to put the mayor up here, over here, or like down here somewhere. I could put like the mayor's office like right in the middle here. That'd be kind of nifty. By a saber-toothed tiger woman? Oh boy. She must have had buck teeth. It's embarrassing, man. Although also kind of awesome. Certainly worse ways to go, certainly better ways to go. Oh, I see. There we go. Came earlier to ask about migration. In about an hour and a half, you exploded. 12 jurists to 43 now. Sometimes it takes a while to get your first few migrants. You have to get the economy going. And if it's not your first fortress in the world, then, like, sometimes the game doesn't land, like, on the perfect springtime to get, like, the first 2 migrant waves in a reasonable amount of time, so it takes a while to get rolling. Once it gets rolling, though, it tends to speed up. As well, expect polar bears in your fort. Good luck. You're going back with weapons and trained fighters. You want this fort? It's near a dragon lair. Oh, that's pretty cool. I will never forget the fort that I started that immediately died to a bunch of giant alligators. It's one of the most memorable starts to a fort ever, even though it didn't last very long. Yeah, there's a lot of things dependent on it, but if, like, you know, usually you'll get migrants, and if they don't show up in the first year, they'll show up sometime in the second year. Steam was on top of a dragon lair, or were you one of those that, like, posted screenshots on Reddit and went, what? It was a fiery experience, but it was fun for 1 minute now. There was a bunch of screenshots on day one of just, like, people who ended up settling on top of a dragon who were just like, what do I do? Help. There's something about that that's just truly hysterical to me. But, you know, of course, it's probably not actually the best gameplay experience on behalf of the player. Also, how did my siege do? I was a little bit distracted by the were creature. Or not my siege, my exploration mission. To get those books that belong in a museum. I think I need to add to the list of stuff I need to do is I need to put Fountain Mob Sorry. A lot of good names in this world. But Fountain Mob kind of takes the cake. Also, there's Gorge Tangles, which is like literally right there. I'm just going to go to the Monastery of Gorge Tangles. Good luck. Okay. I've got to move my library as well. So on top of making a mayor's office, I need to move my library. Let's do silver table, lead throne. I'm just going to do 2 of those. Doesn't matter, just not many. Making piles of lead blocks. Why don't I just make lead bars? Vertical bars. Lead. This right here can be an office for my mayor. This right here can be a dining room for my mayor, who's also my messenger. Should probably not be my messenger. We'll make Mengus into the messenger. Still needs quarters, but we're working on that. All I've got is dimes and nickels at the minute. There's a world gen fort that was ruined by a dragon and it was destroyed by a dragon? Right. I mean, if you need tips on how to acquire dragons or find dragons or figure out if you're close to a dragon or figure out where dragons are, I do recommend watching my dragon video that I uploaded relatively recently. If you haven't, because it will give you some pointers on how to make them more likely to appear. I raided a dragon lair in adventure mode so I could revive it and leave a zombie dragon in your world. Oh my god. You fucking monster. I respect the hell out of the hustle, though. Like, that is going to wreak some havoc. I have a very love-hate relationship with adventure mode, or not adventure mode, with Untamed Wilds. Like, I want to love Untamed Wilds, I find it unpleasant to play at the best of times. You're a simple farmer and you're a human hamlet and you see a zombie dragon flying towards you. Dragons don't fly in Dwarf Fortress, but I do get your point. No, not shale. I'm gonna use claystone for this. It is a little weird, though, that zombies, or that dragons don't all, like, there isn't any type of dragon in Dwarf Fortress that can fly. I mean, cave dragons can't fly either. I think that, personally, the one that scares me the most would be hydras, zombie hydras, because they already have the multiple heads thing. Like, the possibility for, like, their level of strength is kind of ludicrous. So those are probably the ones that scare me the most, is like, imagine how scary it would be to see one of these. Cheers. Solid. Is your name Salad? Is like the T silent? I don't know how to say that, but glad you like the videos. Appreciate you, mate. Okay, so this being my mayor's space. Gonna have the 2 tables and the throne. I was gonna say, I think I have an extra statue, but apparently I don't. And the fancy door. And I think I will put the mayor's bedroom, actually, back here. Do hydras work in like real life hydras, cutting off the head that grows in its place? No, I don't think the heads grow back. I know that they do not function if their brains are individually destroyed. It's tea salad? Gotcha. Real life hydras might be, yeah, that's a very funny sign. That's like the common interpretation, the common lore on hydras versus like, you know, uncommon lore drops on hydras. That's the best way to see giant grasshoppers and giant skinks? Sure. I think it's just the agitation that bothers me a little bit. Because I like being able to build cool looking forts, and it's a lot harder when shit's just agitated all the time. Which one was the one that had gems in it? One of these beds has gems in it. Hey, Chad, have you ever deconstructed a bed while a dwarf is sleeping on it? They just keep sleeping. Pro tip. They're real to me, okay? In regards to hydras. Oh, I destroyed the wrong building. I destroyed the chest, not the... It's fine. I needed that too. That's the one I was looking for. Oh, shit. I completely forgot about something. There's a real-life animal called a hydra? What is it? That's news to me. There's also a real-life animal called, like, the Tasmanian devil, but, like, it doesn't look like the Tasmanian devil. Figurine, there it is. I mean, kimono dragon, if you want to be specific. Oh, while I was camping this past weekend, it actually was kind of hard to sleep because there was so many pikas screaming everywhere. If you've never heard a pika scream before, you should go listen to what they sound like. They're simultaneously the most adorable, annoying creature. They fall on this very thin line of, like, very cute, but also I kind of want to punch them in the ocean. Have to breathe fire to be a dragon? I mean, the Earth has multiple kinds of dragons. Like, if you want to be super specific about it, but... Stoneworker has been possessed. But let's see. Can we get all this done? You're going to finish that, aren't you? And I'm going to make a lever and place the lever right there. I'm going to connect it to the one at the front. That's going to be my first artifact box. Don't make the creature available as a pet. Or do you mean like stop them from coming to your fortress with pets? It's Wednesday. Man, they're late today. Holy shit. They had to wait all the way to pi o'clock. Whew. Sorry, I'm awake now. When it comes to like blocking things as pets, like if I click this button, they're now available as a pet. If you don't click that button, they don't become available as a pet. But like, I don't think there's any way to stop like these as an example. That just happens. Although you can geld them all. I have absolutely like expelled people from fortresses before because they brought a pet. So. I like how not only did they not finish this, they also didn't successfully get the item in there because they built the outside too quickly. Okay, so you're going to get pulled now. I'm just going to open this. Okay, then this is going to get placed inside. Done. And then this is going to get pulled. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Yeah, what is it? The second Wednesday-ish of every month? Or is it the first Wednesday? Yeah, second Wednesday of every month. So today is the 8th, is fire alarm test day, so it goes off once. They make sure that it works. Yeah, you can't... That's unique to cats, though. Cats are the only creatures that do that. All right. As all these dwarves slowly start to chill out in various places. Where's this elephant? Just going to go chop down that tree. Spookerino that. Oh my god. Okay, so you're carrying Dinotherium calf bones, which weigh a lot. Like several boulders weight. Yeah, but you can, what's the word? You can geld cats, which makes it pretty easy to stop them from claiming stuff. Why are you pissed? You're forced to endure the decay of a friend. What if I take you off of working and let you go do other things? Also, I realize that all these bodies are just like decayed over there. I'm sure that's making everybody very happy, but it took a little while to make the coffins, okay? And I was distracted with other very important jobs. Man, it was literally 2 children that died. That's kind of grim. And Stacked? I think it was literally just those 2 children. And Asmil the traitor. Wow. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. Trader, not traitor. They were my broker and manager. Tracy in YouTube chat. It's traitor is a very different word than traitor. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why, but I'm extremely low energy today. Like, my brain is like mush. It just happens sometimes. I slept all right last night, but like, man. Blech. Like, I should be fine, but I just don't feel awesome. Maybe I'm getting sick, which would be worrisome. So hopefully I'm not getting sick. That would suck. I don't really want to get sick if I can avoid it. The word otter and hydra have the same etymology. I don't think hydras have, like, cute little hands, though. Took an hour-and-a-half long nap before leaving work. I wonder if it's just because of how long the days are at this time of year and, like, just the fact that it's warm. Maybe it's, like, fucking with my sleep a little bit. Okay, the ad should be done now. Okay, so these little coffins can get built. And this is all kapok wood. Yeah, you find it a little sluggish in the summer due to the heat making you not sleep as well? Yeah. I wonder. Tomorrow's going to be a short stream, though, so it's like I kind of do want to stream long, but I do feel like my energy isn't keeping up for what I need to be doing. I don't know. We'll go a little longer, and if I don't snap out of it or start to perk up, I think today might just be a short day in exchange for editing time. Which I do think is valuable. Yeah, thankfully I'm pretty far away from where the nearest FIFA, like, watch party thing is, Darude. My nearest one is in Market Square, which is, like, I don't know, 2 kilometers away from me or so. Far enough away I don't hear it, unless I go over there, which it's fun enough. I watched a tiny portion of one of the Columbia games because I was just in town. And it was on, and they were, you know, had the watch party running. That was fun. It's fun sometimes to just be in a crowd of easily excitable people. My big issue with migrants bringing pets is generally comes up when they bring horses and reindeer, and I'm looking to stick with non-grazing for it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can always just pen pasture them somewhere where they starve to death or, like, lock them in a room. I find it really annoying that I can't chain them up or, like, pit them or cage them if they're a pet. I feel like you used to be able to do that, and I don't know when that changed. But I could also just be Mandela affecting myself. It's a pretty cool looking series of coffins. Oh no, I do actually need to deconstruct this because there's still bits that need to be put away. Same with you. There's still bits of you that need to be put away. I should have the game paused when I'm trying to specify what the fuck these are. What's your last name? Last man, A-T-H-E. Were you here for the weremoose who arrived and killed a bunch of my dwarves? Because if not, that would be something that you missed. If you witnessed that, then, well, congrats. We had a couple dwarves get shredded. We have a mayor now. The fortress is continuing to slowly expand. The weremoose, which was a human weremoose. That's the Were Canada. It's kind of grim when it happens. It killed 2 children and my manager. Which is a real shame that it killed my manager because he was pretty skilled. But, you know, we can't all be winners. What's your last name? You're Vad. Seal Crowd, and you? Tikros Lise. And there we go. What's the other one? The 2 animals have rhyming names? What's the other one? Goose? What about beavers? And bears? And cougars? I don't know, what else are we known for? Also, I feel like there might be as many moose in Maine as most places that are populated in Canada. Shem, Febostot, same with like Alaska. Anyway, has created Leboric, a bituminous coal crown, and offers it to the Pebble Land of Pebbles. I'm going to give that to my chief medical dwarf, so you can wear it. Who's currently spinning thread. I was going to go pick up equipment. Your theory fell apart. I was going to say, like, beaver doesn't rhyme with moose. Because if you ask me, like, what is Canada known for? It's like, I guess moose, but also beaver. And cops on horseback with funny hats. But that's just from my, like, perspective. There you go. Laboric is a bituminous coal crown. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval Dunotherium bone. On the item is an image of climax trenches. That's what it's called? Calm down there, Hellraiser. Anyway, it is a climax trench is the coal crown and yak leather. Across the yard in front of you once? Oh, damn. Moose are pretty cool. I would not want to be anywhere near one, but they are pretty cool creatures. They're just giant. Like, I'm kind of scared of horses. Fun fact about me. Like, I find horses quite terrifying. Moose are horrifying. Like, as somebody who's kind of scared of large, unpredictable animals that don't see well behind them, I really don't trust moose. You've never had a bad encounter with moose? Oh, certainly. Doesn't make me want to be anywhere near them anymore. Bears don't scare me. Well, brown bears and grizzly bears scare me, but black bears don't. Black bears are fine. A bunch of wimps, a bunch of big babies out there. Getting all stressy about people. Mooses are dangerous? Well, so are sharks, but like... So are hippos. Actually, I kind of put moose in the same boat as hippos. Although I wouldn't want to get into a boat with either of them, but... In my mental, like, threat level of creatures, I kind of put moose and hippos in the same-ish category. Artifacts. I'm prepping boxes for my artifacts in the future. So, yes. Making sure they don't run away. We all know that artifacts do a lot of cardio. And my militia's right there, so they'll spot any artifacts. I wonder how the old Brutal Pebble here is doing. Well, you're proud after teaching striking. I really like the origin story of Brutal Pebble, the dwarf who dueled with the moose. Does your husband want to be in the military? Probably wants to be near you. Why don't we get you to go pick up some equipment? All I know is that semi-trucks have moose bars. They don't have bear bars. And so that, like, if a semi-truck thinks a moose is a bigger threat than a bear, you know what? I tend to respect the statement. What? I look at YouTube chat, and the first thing I see from Dominic Testa says, I've held a moose brain before. What is the context of holding a moose brain? What? Why? Were you, like, butchering a moose? Was this, like, in a museum? Are you just a crazy person that goes and tries to trick people into thinking aliens are real by slurping moose brains? Like, what? Biology class? Sure. Have I ever tried playing modded Dwarf Fortress? Not in a minute, but I have in the past. I tend to like, historically, I always liked the total conversion mods, which don't really exist the same way they used to. At least the ones I really liked back in the day don't exist in the way they used to, because there was a lot of total conversion mods back in the day that had full tile sets or didn't need tile sets because, you know, you could just, it was very easy to make a tile set for Dwarf Fortress. Basically, now they don't really exist in the same way that they used to, so I find myself bouncing off of them more and more, which is kind of a shame. It's called Artifact Dwarf Fortress these days, but I used Masterwork back when it was called Masterwork once, but I don't historically, due to things that happened, I don't really like Masterwork all that much. I don't mind the Artifact, the, like, continuation or successor, I suppose, but I'm not super enthused by let's just retheme a lot of stuff and add more stuff for the sake of adding more stuff. Doesn't really do much for me. Because, like, what interests me is, like, the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress and, like, how I can contort that. And it doesn't really matter if I'm using dwarves or another race. It doesn't really matter if I'm fighting against goblins or hobgoblins or halflings. It's still the same game, so it doesn't really do that much for me. That isn't to say that it does nothing, but, like, it's just, meh. The mods I really liked back in the day were, like, we're going to retheme the entire game to be Star Wars. And so I'd play, like, a week of a mod like that every now and again. Like, May the 4th and stuff. I would play, like, the Star Wars mod for a week. I used to really like the Pokemon mod, but I know that that's been ported, but I don't think it has a tile set. I used to be a big fan of the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, which was the Mario Brothers mod, which teaches you all sorts of really fucking weird, like, lore for Mario Brothers that you didn't need to know. And redoing the natural road on the map to look cooler. Hell yeah, Lanix. Do you ever run into the issue of birds and flying creatures sort of eating your wild animal spawns? Oh yeah, all the time. All the time. That's why in the last fort that I had, I was constantly just like firing bolts straight up trying to kill them. The Dragon Ball mod, yeah, Putnam made that and maintained that, which means it hasn't been updated in a very long time because Putnam now works on this game instead of updating that mod. But yeah, that was one of Putnam's mods. I remember there was a mod pack for a while that in my brain I called the Cursed mod pack. I don't know what it was officially called, but it combined the Pokemon, Super Mario Brothers, My Little Pony. I don't think the Star Wars conversion mod was in there. My Little Pony and Homestuck total conversion mods all into one big mod, plus the vanilla Dwarf Fortress shit, which is like cursed. That's all I have to say to that. There's a Say in Civ mod that's more recent. Oh, that's neat. Sounds also very OP. I don't know. I'm just saying. It sounds busted. A Pikmin mod? Oh, that'd be neat. Yeah, I tend to like the just total conversions. Like, if it's just adding more, but it's still just Dwarf Fortress, I kind of don't care. Like, if Long Night ever gets a tile set, I will probably most definitely stream Long Night. Because Long Night is super fucking cool. It's probably the best Dwarf Fortress mod, period. Once again, it's called Artifact in regards to Masterwork. Please don't call it Masterwork, because the person who originally made Masterwork did a lot of plagiarism and or alleged plagiarism and a lot of alleged theft and a lot of poor crediting, which kind of directly led to Dwarf Fortress releasing maybe like a year later than it would have originally. Because they had to redo most of the art in the game because he was one of the people that was hired to work on it. So just whatever you call it, don't call it Masterwork because I just don't want that thing to be promoted. Master Fork renamed itself to Artifact Dwarf Fort. Apparently because I kept complaining about it. So shoutouts to them. The developer of Long Night just doesn't give a shit about making a tile set for it. But for those of you who haven't seen the Long Night, I'm trying to find the official website for Long Night. Like, this is the wiki page for the Dwarf Fortress Long Night mod. Just their civilizations. Like, the Long Night is something. It is something. It's like almost its own game. Like, it's one of the few mods that's like, oh, that's like fucking cool, actually. So. Let me see if I can actually find the website for it. Yeah, it's got its own subreddit. Just looking for the... Oh, there is a Steam Workshop page for it. I really don't like the redesign for the Long Night. It's harder to find the search fields. Or for this. Is it on the NeoCities website? Oh, yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, there was a Star Wars mod which, like, completely... Oh, Jesus, it's got its own music. Hold on, I'm gonna full screen this. Yeah, this is the Long Night mod. You just can't parse asking? You can read just fine. I tend to agree, though. It makes streaming it difficult. Like, if there was a mod, or if there was a tile set for Long Night that was similar levels of detail to Hewn, I would stream the Long Night. I need enough that I don't need to explain to people what they're looking at, you know? That's odd the mod is still called the Master Fork. I know that two things. One, let's stop talking about this, Aiden. Two, I think that their GitHub has been renamed to Artifact. But it's a cool website. I mean, I don't care what you're referring to. I also just don't really like people promoting Masterwork, period, in my chat, so genuinely. Did they ever try to crowdfund Long Night art? I mean, he's got a Patreon. So, you know. If somebody gives him $1 a month, he could make $69 a month. It's a slow hustle. I know. I just don't want to talk about it, I guess. Basically what I'm saying is, let's change the subject, Aiden. Yeah, I have weird morals and things, and I have this weird beef against, like, that whole period of Dwarf Fortress history, and it bugs me personally, so I just try to avoid it myself. Which I realize just, you know, makes people talk about it, but people also call Battletech an RTS, so just because streamers say things doesn't mean that they're right or saying the right thing or using the right verbiage. Oh no! Why is that oh no? Let's see. This seems like a good thing, Nim. I feel like I should put something right here. I just don't know what I should put there. Maybe a bolt. Maybe bolt throwers. There was at least 3 different streamers while that game was releasing that called it an RTS. I remember one person who I knew at the time, who mostly does YouTube stuff now, who I went into his chat and was like, you know, this is a turn-based strategy, not a real-time strategy. He goes, no, it's an RTS, and like explained to me why it's an RTS, and I was like, okay. And I don't think I've actually talked to him since. It's the plagiarism, and then also like the fact that he got hired to work on Dwarf Fortress in an official capacity and then continued to do that. Like, it irks me. I don't know. Darut. The sacred truffle. Trifle. I mean. Am I naming it after you? Battletech or 40k? I don't like 40k, really. So, although I'm also not like a huge Battletech person. I just like the Battletech video games more. Because the Battletech video games are more consistently things I enjoy. But I don't particularly care about either. If you were like, what's the cooler world? Probably Battletech. But that's just because it's the one that I've actually paid attention to and, like, learned about. Whereas, to me, like, 40k is just satirical fascism, which is fun to a point, but it gets kind of old. Darut. Heimlash. Enshrews practical concerns for philosophical discussions, puzzles, and riddles in the world of ideas. Makes sense why you're a religious leader, then. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and she is proud of her talents and accomplishments. She has an active sense of humor and is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She occasionally can overindulges words and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeal. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that romance is very important in life, finds herself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, and finds leisure time to be wasteful. She respects power and dreams of raising a family. She likes mudstone and platinum and indigo, tourmaline, as well as our ammonite shell, hemp fabric, and the color red-purple, gems, backpacks, and traction benches, and water buffaloes for their water wallowing. And the words of the Festival of Pantomiming and the sight of the luxury of tweeting impossible prefers to consume mead and absolutely hates toads. In regards to mod packs and like whether or not you can promote them in my chat, if you're going to talk about mods that are made by an original creator that is worked on by a person who is making a thing because they just want to make a cool thing. I feel icky when I see mods promoted that are admittedly doing something right, but using the marketing built by somebody who did do shitty things at the community's expense to promote the thing. Like, they're well within their rights to resurrect a mod pack and call it whatever they want to call it, while doing their due diligence and doing it correctly. It still makes me feel icky. As long as the name resembles what it originally was called. So, that's just my 2 cents. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't really care about the fans or like what people think about 40K or how people treat it or how seriously people take it. I just personally find the theme to get old quickly. Like, I would rather like Space Game of Thrones. Like, if I had to pick one, I would rather Space Game of Thrones with giant robots than like satirical space fascism. You know? Like, if you're just asking me like on a level, like what's a cooler science fiction setting, I would say fucking space feudalism with mechs. That's just cooler to me. I don't know. I don't know what you want. Oh, those are stairs. Stompy Robots is good. Yes, also, I'm Simple Man. I like Stompy Robot. If you give me big Stompy Robot and let me drive it, I'm happy boy. And Battletech tends to do that. 40K is just British dudes being angry. And I don't know. Like, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have fun playing Space Marine, the original. Never played the sequel. I enjoyed playing Battlefleet Gothic when those games were coming out. Quite liked the sequel to that. But like Mech Warrior 2 and Mech Warrior 5 are like some of my favorite vehicle sims, period. So it's kind of not a contest there. That's why you like Star Wars? I mean, Disney made me like Star Wars less, but I don't dislike Star Wars. Star Wars is fine. I think Star Wars is Star Wars' worst enemy in a lot of ways. Humans are the real monsters, Drackley. There are... although you might be in an ad, I don't know. It's the, I mean, the humor of BattleTech is, or not the humor of BattleTech, the humor of 40K is fun for a bit, but I find it kind of exhausting. Like, it's all right, but... YouTube chat said preference, BattleTech or 40K. My preference is BattleTech. Period. I just like the more self-serious, hard-ish, sci-fi, space feudalism stuff more. I just set up a patrol with Mark's Dwarves, Europe's. Like, it's pretty easy to clear them. You just need, like, 2 Mark's Dwarf squads that are decently trained with ammo, and they just do a couple laps of your map, and they're all gone. That's what I was doing in my last fort. It gets annoying, but... I'm not saying that you don't have to love that. I'm just saying that I look at it purely from a, I like the video games. I don't care at all about the tabletop for either of them. And so I'm looking at it from the perspective of which video games have I liked playing more. Well, BattleTech's games have been more consistently good. Yeah, there's a lot less of them, but like, I look at it from the perspective of video games and video games alone. The Warhammer games are mixed. Do I like horror games? I don't like streaming them. I don't dislike them. I like horror movies a lot more. I find a lot of horror games to be just kind of painfully unfun to play. Yeah. Because a lot of them are just like, we're just gonna throw things at you that are scary the first time you see them and make you jump once, and then like now you get to deal with this forever, and it's like, that's just not fun. So not really. I like horror movies a lot though. Well, I mean, the thing is, I can watch a bad horror movie and have a good time. If I'm playing a bad horror game, I want to die. Like, it's kind of like the difference. It's like, it's hard to do horror well. I don't know if I would call this horror, but there's definitely some horrifying visuals in it. It's like, I fucking love Inside by Playdead. Like, that might be one of my favorite games of all time. And that is like, that game is horrifying, but it's not like a horror game. I totally forgot to make my mayor's bedroom. I'm so sorry, Your Highness. Speaking of Your Highness, how you doing, Hobo? How's thing, dude? Yeet. The day after the Zeus stream, you know, Hobo might be right on that one. Hobo gifted me a copy of Zeus like a decade ago, and I haven't even installed it. Bad horror movies are just low-budget comedy movies. Yeah. Stories actually, I did stream Stories Untold. Now that you mention it. That game's all right. I wouldn't call it... Like, I don't even think of it as a horror game, but yeah, I guess that game's kind of spooky. Every now and again, I get, like, a weird hankering to play, like, some artsy, like... walking sims, and sometimes those bridge on horror. Yeah, but I don't want to run away from a monster for forever. Like, if I were to... Like, I know the spoiler of Soma, so, like, it's a bit lost, but... If I were to play Soma, I would probably play it in the mode that turns the monster off, because, like, I don't want to fucking play hide and seek and tag while also getting my existential horror. Just give me the existential horror, that's fine. Like, I don't need, like, all that additional bleh. Like... If I were to... It's not really... I don't think it's scary at all. My favorite horror game is Fear. You want to know why? Because there's like spooky little girl for a bit, and then I get to shoot a bunch of dudes, and the shooting is real good. It's like, it's just a really good shooter that has some spooky bits here and there. And that's... I'm here for that. That's great. Like, I quite enjoyed parts of Dusk, but like, that's not a horror game. Has that one ladder scare and the one hallway scare... I don't know. I streamed all of Fear, and all of those VODs are on my main channel. I think they have like under 100 views each. If you want to see me like cry laughing at jump scares, watch that. We're gonna go kick the shit out of some goblins. Get them, dwarves. Charge. Look at that fancy leather top. Meow. Get them, dwarfs. Run. Or don't. Dwarves are practicing their cardio. Hey, look, a free bag. Excellent. There you go. Kick his face in, Zuntir. Bashing the goblin in the upper body with a silver mace, bruising the muscle and tearing the middle spine's nervous tissue through a cotton cloak. I played Alan Wake 2. Or sorry, I played Alan Wake 1, the original one. Not 2. I didn't mean to say that the way I said it. I'll save the game in a second, Crystal. Wakes the Deep. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I remember that game from the Chinese room. I don't know. I think the thing that you guys need to remember is I play video games for a living. There are certain types of games that I like to stream, and then there are certain types of games I don't like to stream. Not because I wouldn't necessarily enjoy streaming them, but just because, like, this is my job. So, like, while I'm streaming, I treat it like a work job with hours, and I try not to just work ridiculous hours anymore. I used to, and that was very unhealthy. And I try to work around 40-ish hours a week. I usually do more than that, but I try to keep it reasonable where I can. And so there's certain games where, like those artsy walking sims that I mentioned. It's like I have to be really interested in one of those if I'm going to play them. Because if I play those, I know for fact significantly less people are going to tune in. A lot of people just aren't going to tune in. And I'm going to essentially take a pay cut for that stream. So I don't enjoy streaming it as much because that time could be spent playing games that I'm also interested in, but my audience is more interested in. And so when I'm not streaming, I play games that I really want to play, that I definitely know that my audience doesn't want to watch me play. And before 5 of you were like, I'll watch you play this, don't fucking lie to me. No, you won't. This is what I've been playing off stream. So, like, my fun games could not be any more different from my work games. I've never seen, nor did I even know that there was a BattleTech cartoon. Rainy in YouTube chat. Anyway, yeah. I mean, Halloween is absolutely horror, but that's like saying that Star Trek isn't sci-fi because it's old. That's not really how that works. Like, the Halloween movies helped pioneer the fucking slasher genre, which are horror movies. Just because there's things that are more gruesome and graphic and modern and grotesque doesn't mean that, like, that discounts the value and importance of classics. So when you say Halloween, I think, like, John Carpenter's Halloween featuring Michael Myers. But, like, okay. One of the greatest movies of all time, I should note. This dwarf, like, is kind of wild how mad you get. He's enraged at the poor state of his dining room. It's modest instead of, like, a dining room. It's like it's not quite valuable enough. Well, what if I knock out these and put in floors? And replace those with, like, windows, maybe. I have seen all of them, so I don't have any more to watch when it comes to the like Jason movies, Jason X, Freddy vs. Jason. I've seen all of them. Great characters in bad media. I don't even know what you're referring to. Unless you're talking about like the bad Friday the 13th movies, which is most of them. But yeah, a movie being like corny or campy does not like lower the value of said movie at all. In some cases, I think it even increases the value. Because if something ages well, then that's like a testament to its quality. Let's make these statues of Soap Goat. I unironically read Jetstream Sam as Jason Statham, by the way. Like, not intentional. That's just how I read it. One chest, two chests. One chest, one cabinet. Have I tried Songs of Six? If you're gonna try it, just try the demo, Dark Diver, because the demo is the full game. I have several hundred hours in it. It's weird to be like I have several hundred hours and then put a bunch of asterisks about why I think it's only okay and not great. But it's all right. It leaves a lot to be desired for me and kind of disappoints me every time I play it. It's not that it's bad. It's like I wish it did a lot of things differently, and that is like inherently disappointing to me. I don't even know what you're talking about, am I? For whatever that's worth. Seems they did a big update recently. The demo is a year behind the development of the main game. But yeah, there's always a big update recently with Songs of Six. That's one of the good things about it. I really liked Better Call Saul. That was a great show. Just a great show in general. It's just exterminate is the command, Jay Graham, and then type in exterminate and then the name of the creature. Speaking of, I should probably exterminate those magma crabs. Bob Odenkirk is an interesting actor because he's kind of like Adam Sandler to me. Oh, hi, Mark. Where I really like him when he plays serious roles. I kind of hate him when he's in comedies. Sorry, I'm just exterminating 85 magma crabs. Don't mind me. Still just a decent dining room? Man. Okay, fine. You want... Oh, man. Well, that's perfect. My mayor likes leather armor and is demanding leather armor and also prohibiting the export of leather armor. That's oddly fitting, actually. I could rock and roll with that. Excuse me. Let's also get a throne over there, made of lead. We're all thinking it. Esquilisk. That or, like, rides a Harley. Like, there's other stereotypes of people that like leather. They're not all, like, specifically leather daddies. It's an image of dwarves. Scapegoat items, a superiorly designed image of Scapegoat, the dwarf, and dwarves in lead. The dwarves are refusing Scapegoat. Scapegoat is weeping. The artwork relates to the removal of Scapegoat from the position of sheriff of the Pebble Land of Pebbles in 252. He did get promoted to a captain of the guard, though. What an image that they chose to make that. There you go. He's now happy with his dining room and his study, so he's not going to be outraged as much, hopefully now, but wants to acquire something. How much cloth am I sitting on? Sheep's wool, 173. It's kind of a lot. Let's say yarn crafts. Let's make 80 of them. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down into here. And I'm going to get the rest of my food making-ish industry and food storing stuff and things industry down into here. What, this fortress inspires you to make a corporate office tower? You should look at my fortress, Boulder's Gate. Maybe not my most creative name for a fort of all time, but Boulder's Gate was kind of just a giant-ass tower, basically, that would then drop chunks of stuff on things' heads when they tried to enter. It was a pretty good time. So I'm making wine from fruits. What are we drinking? We got rice beer, maize beer, pendant amaranth beer, blood amaranth beer, pearl millet beer, durian wine, rambutan wine, lychee wine, and mango wine. Good stuff. This up here is going to be the tavern once I'm done building it. You know, Joe in YouTube chat says the amount of possible random storytelling events that could happen in this game is fascinating and it blows my mind. Something that I like to remind people, elves are trading with me. Excellent. Something that I love to remind people is that Dwarf Fortress is kind of just fantasy Mad Libs. How the fuck am I going to trade with you? I assume they won't take sheared wool. Because half of it's gonna be, like, cut off of dead animals. Let's take a peek. What do I actually have? I've got a couple of cut gems. Why don't I just bring these couple of cut gems over? I'll bring these cave spider silk shoes over. These cave spider silk shoes over. These pigtail socks. These cave spider silk socks. Maybe they have animals. I'll take vegetable-based foods, not in my barrels. Actually, I could sell them silk bags, maybe. Like, they might take the sand bag. What I need to do, though, is if I do want to trade with them more than once, I need to buy a bunch of grown wood cages and then sell them livestock. Okay, what did you bring? Jehalepaturus. A giant turtle. Saltwater crocodile. It's kind of disappointing, I'm not gonna lie. I will buy the saltwater crocodile and I'll eat it. And the giant tortoise and I'll eat it. I'll buy you and I'll put you in a zoo somewhere. See if they'll buy this. Done. I hope that they like this thing because it's going to just be... I have a goblin in a cage? What? I should throw him in the river. You're just going to live there now. Why not breed the tamarin pair? Because I have no interest in breeding the tamarin pair. Also, aren't they like vermin? Like, I think they are. Yeah, no, they're vermin. So, like, I can't actually do anything with them. No, the lion tamarins, when it says contains one item, it means they're vermin. I mean, maybe tamarins are, but lion tamarins are vermin. When and why do I use DF hack? As little as possible and when I need to. And why? I use it to quick save. That's basically it. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this. We are going to build this. Okay. I need to make blocks. Also need to get some sort of patterns onto here somehow. Otherwise, the plainness of this is just going to bother me after a while. It's 3 proboscis monkeys in a trench coat. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I used it just now to get rid of 83 magma crabs because I'm not going to be interacting with those magma crabs anytime soon, and they were probably going to start causing lag at some point. Stuff like that. In a trench coat? Or skin suit? Or morph suit? Or trance vibrator? This is like actually a pretty well skilled up doc tour. Even clasped? What about Steven clasped? You dream of mastering a crafting work someday, and you brought a named Lammy with you. Okay. You can ask me to laminate the walls. You dream of mastering a skill, you disregard tradition, are you brave? Doesn't seek out excitement. Ugh. Sure, I'll throw you in the military just because reasons. Good luck. How about you? You're a weaver. Finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Dreams of creating a great work of art and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Yet you have skills in fighting. Guess you had a drunken bronze. Guess you worked in a tavern before. What are you up to? Dreams of mastering a skill? Thinks you're important? Can handle stress? You know what you'll do? A twapper. You're only 2 proboscis monkeys and a ratty t-shirt. Okay. I maintain this might be the scariest fucking thing in Dwarf Fortress right now. I mean, I asked a question I didn't want the answer to, which is, what the fuck is that? Do you think the dwarves will enjoy sharing a room with this thing? It's gonna give me nightmares, so... It'll probably lull the dwarves to sleep, right? Okay, let's do lead weapon rack, lead armor stand, and just do 6 of each. It's always nice to find your sleep paralysis demon right before going to sleep. Thankfully, mine wasn't doing a good enough job, so I fired him a long time ago. I recommend the same. Like, if you're not happy with your sleep paralysis demon, just, you know, there's plenty on Fiverr. Turns out it's actually quite an easy job, so there's a lot of them. It's right up there with Creepy Lady and White by River. You know, it's a very common gig for the post life. Imagine the sounds the thing makes. It's just a cackling. Because they bought 2 divine instruments, the elf tax got crazy. Why were you selling them divine instruments? Sophidus? You love how the elephant portrait is just looking straight on, and it's the only portrait that does that. I like all the portraits that are just a neck. It's like it's too tall to fit into the frame. Like, they, on one hand, I think that they would get old. I kind of keep expecting them to get old, but like they just haven't yet, and I still find them funny. Like, truly, I find them hysterical. Also, good job, YouTube folks. We hit 100 likes. You did it. Congrats. Okay, so this is going to become my tavern. Gonna need entry and exit onto this somehow. I haven't fully decided what for or what it's gonna do just yet, but it'll do something. Over here, we've got our new tavern being constructed.
Shinobi cheered. X100. 1 bit per like.
Let's do rock table. 1 bit per like. Thanks for the $1. Actually, it was like 116 or something, but I'll take it. Thank you. Let's do you and make it out of shale, because why not? How is this good old cavern down here doing? This might be a little bit overkill, but fuck it. You were only hired by old ladies? Hey, you know, it's a gig. Gig's a gig. Sometimes you just gotta take that bag, you know? Can't believe that they got a picture of your face. Yeah. Speaking of $1 or for 100 likes, hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for the $1 in bits from our lovely Shinobi? I have nothing to complain about. Chat was crazy earlier today, but that is the first $1 in bits in 2 hours. So thank you. Appreciate you, man. So this is a job description that I'm reading in chat right now. I didn't, but this is from Patrick Stonecrusher, which sounds like a dwarf name, in the YouTube chat, and they say, I worked as a, quote, weird villager who warned of impending doom one summer. Had a lot of creepy lady in white coworkers. Good people. Ex-people. Creepy villager who warned of impending doom. In my mind, you're working at, like, some sort of Ren Fair thing. Shoutouts to my creepy villager who warns of impending doom, bros. When you want a specific dwarf to do a certain thing, or when, like, I use them for, like, specializations exclusively. I don't specialize specific dwarf tasks, XLDM, but, like, I will use the workshop-specific ones. Like, I will sign up a, like, this is a bad example, but, like, here. Say I have 5 metalsmiths forges. I'll tell my best weaponsmith to only be the dwarf who can work at this metalsmith's forge, and then specifically queue up weapons at this one. Like, I find that ends with you getting way less job cancellations than you would if you just let anybody do anything. I mean, that's just called being on the internet currently. So if, like, they could just pay me to be on the internet, wait a second. Speaking of, We've got an artifact being made out of lead bars. Got any guilds yet? No, actually. Any bets on what they make? Speaking of guilds, we have a demand for a Craftsdwarf's guild. You just jinxed me. Ergo goodies, why'd you do that? This is all you're doing. I was totally fine without any guilds until you said something. The dwarves were like, oh, guild? Shit. Now look at us. We're getting guilds. This is the gilded fortress, if nothing else. All powerful? I don't know. I'm not going to give you that much credit. My god. Warhammer or a mace. Either or, actually. Although they're just a metal crafter, so it's probably going to be like a table. Actually, honestly, I would take that. That would be pretty cool to get. You can't have 20 plus birds agitated 24/7. You have to be really, really cautious with the construction and like chopping and any kind of industry that you do on the surface if you're gonna do Untamed Wilds, just like period. Like it's absolutely doable. It's just you have to be pretty plotting, slow, smart. You have to think really hard about what you're doing instead of just going ham. Nope. But Mincot, the metal crafter, has created Tobamuth Folest Zuluk, a lead flask, and offers it to the Pebble Land of Pebbles. How pebbling. All right, my fellow plebbles. This is a lead flask. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. My scholar is going to love this. On the item is an image of At One with Animal Survival, the Forgotten Beast parchment scroll in lead. I mean, it's fitting. GG lead poisoning. I mean, it's going to go sit on a pedestal down here. While Feb Ragud is going to block construction of this. Oh, never mind. He didn't. Well, that's lovely. Pitch blend is a nicer green than what? Lead poisoning? I like olivine, personally, when it comes to reds. Olivine is a particularly good red. How do you prevent them from being stolen? This is my preferred way, generally. Just put them in a box. Ideally somewhere where they can be, like, admired. On the floor of your wells, dwarves think it cleans the water. Well, dwarves aren't negatively affected by lead. Thankfully, the game doesn't have any kind of toxicity score or anything that counts for that sort of stuff, so. It's like a cage or a statue and you install it somewhere. Can it still be stolen? Not unless it gets toppled, which can't happen. I had to think about that while I was saying. It's like, not unless it gets toppled, which can't happen. Yeah, no, it can't be stolen if it's constructed. Furniture is untoppleable because it's indestructible, so it should be safe. It's just like, I'll often assign them to nobles. And then nobles just wear them. So unless, like, their uniform changes or they die and it's inaccessible, like, no one can steal it while they're wearing it. Artifact statues can be toppled? That's new then. I know statues can, but historically, no artifacts can be toppled. Unless, like, you pour lava on them and they're not lava safe. But I've made several artifact doors and hatch covers that I've just watched baddies just, like, whack repeatedly and they don't break. I mean, the whole shtick with artifacts is that they're indestructible. Like, they can be disappeared, but they can't be toppled or broken. So, like, the reason artifact doors are so valuable is because they're indestructible. You can't knock them over, so an enemy can't break an artifact door. Actually, no, never mind. Don't do that.
Oh.
Whereas with, like, artifacts, whereas with, like, a normal statue, of course they can be toppled. Also, I really like how quick you are to correct me. I'm not a human. Like, it's fine. It's just that people don't generally do that. Like, it catches me off sometimes. I'm like, what? I'm sure you must be right, but I do think it's kind of funny. Notocasa, thanks for the 37 months. You didn't know there was a difference? Ah, yet you're still very quick to correct me. Notocasa, thanks for the 37 months. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Appreciate you, mate. I appreciate the opportunity to go, actually. No, I mean, I've seen many statues toppled. I've seen tables toppled. I've seen all kinds of things toppled, but artifact statues cannot be toppled unless something wild has changed recently. Unless it's not lava safe and you pour lava on it. But then it'll still be there if you reclaim the fort. Bed 50. Let's set these dwarves to no orders. Take them off training. Let's see if they all go outside and throw up. In most cases, when people argue with me in Dwarf Fortress, I end up being right. There's very few people that I would... Wait, were you remembering that? Yeah, it was dwelling. There are very few people who know more about this game than me, except for maybe like Putnam or like some of the crazy experimenters like Rum Rusher. Although Rum Rusher, like, from the stuff that he babbles about in my chat, generally is extremely knowledgeable about very, very specific niche topics in Dwarf Fortress. Whereas I just have kind of like general nonsense knowledge. Not that any of this matters or is important in society, but what I'm trying to say is don't be an expert at a video game, chat. Go become a doctor or something, you know? Like, go be an engineer. Go do something useful for society. Like, go start a nonprofit. Like, do something positive. That's all I'm trying to say. Just go do something positive. Okay, this right here is going to be my stunted club of my tavern once more. Also, chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Noto Casa with the 37 months? Please and thank you. Wait, could you make a massive hole drawbridge and drop an enemy to their death? Possibly, but certain creatures can break drawbridges. There are ways for baddies to completely negate the effectiveness of a drawbridge. Actually, you know what? Let's just do one side of one and one side of another. So you right here are going to take from here and are going to be for prepared meals. You are going to take from the drinks. And let's also brew drink from plant here so that the other one doesn't have to go as far. And I'll just say do this quarterly and we'll just do 150. Because I got tons of plants for drinks as well. This up here is going to be a stockpile for raw foods. Not seeds, not these, not these, not even unprepared fish. No venoms. No dye. Or milled plants. Goblins will build over whatever. They'll build under drawbridges, which is kind of alarming when you see it the first time. Because, like, you can't... Like, if you have a drawbridge, like, going across here, if I raise it up, I can't build there. But goblins can. Or humans can. Dwarves can. Enemies can. Invaders can. Siegers can. Baddies can. It's quite distressing the first couple times you witness it. So this right here is going to be a barracks. I may also actually make this into the hospital. The barracks and those squads are going to sleep here. Can I also make you into the hospital? I can. That's kind of awesome. I need to see how well that actually works, but... have defenses on more than one, in more than one direction generally works, in my experience. So, like, instead of just having one main entry to your fort, have 3 and have them all have different traps and cycle through them. And also try to keep your soldiers from getting cave adapted so that they don't start puking everywhere. Brutal Pebble, you're going to be a scholar in your downtime. I need weapon rack, armor stand, weapon rack, armor stand, vice versa. Because both of these dwarves need at least one. I'm trying to think. I need a kitchen. Let's just go up to here, deconstruct that, go kitchen, meal, lavish, we'll say seasonally, 100. Ergo, can I be, well, whatever dwarf is available, a bearded one. Happy dwarf with beard. You get Thobby the Gem Cuddy. Ergo. Lance Cactus? I would not want to get stabbed with a lance tipped with a cactus. That sounds very unpleasant. He has hatreds and develops negative feels. Look at you, Mr. Positive. He generally doesn't think before acting, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is somewhat uncomfortable with those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and occasionally overindulges. He is pleased by his own appearance and also his talents, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, but laughs in a distinct fashion. When he's exasperated, he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally finds romance distasteful, finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful, and values nature. And he dreams of family raising. He likes bauxite as well as aquamarine, peach-faced lovebird leather, and the raspberry pink. Somebody else really likes lovebirds for their, affection, whereas he likes them for their leather. And low boots, figurines, and reindeers, and for their large herds, of course. And the words of the oil of diamonds, and when possible, he prefers to consume magpie, blueberry wine, and absolutely hates lizards. You want to fight, wander, and help somebody. I'm actually going to throw you in the military. You get to run the skewered lung. So after you are finished pasturing this calf, you're going to go do the stabbing of the things. Should I make this goblin walketh the planketh? I think we should. Wolfus gets to do the honor. Hoorah. Ergro. Hey, chat. Do you have any bets as to whether or not Aztrog, your fly, your fly is down? Whether or not this goblin is going to survive the wee splat? Well, I guess that's that. Wouldn't it be great if they had a child in their bag? It's a shame they don't. There was one time I went to throw a goblin into a volcano, and as they were falling, I realized they had a child in their bag. It was kind of grim. They definitely did. There isn't just an images tab for you? I have a question. Why in the world are you subjecting Chrome to yourself? I mean, I'm using Brave for streaming, but no survival, only death. Clearly survival, and lives to tell about it. Well. See you later, Goblin. Bring more bags next time. Okay, so this, my library. Did I not make a second bookcase? I swear that I did. So my library is now going to be a sort of outdoorsy thing. I'm moving it to over here. And, well, some dwarves are obviously going to get tables to be able to, you know, do their research. Some dwarves, maybe not so much. But this is going to be the library now. The library of work. This is the tavern now, which is going to expand as the floor around it expands. You're an expert Dwarf? Damn, dude. Gonna give you a crossbow with leather armor, and you can... You three actually can run this squad, although... Wooden crossbow. Quiver. Bone bolts. I'll just say whenever there's bones available. Make them. Are you throwing up? Oh, annoyed at being out in the sunshine again. Well, you should spend more time in this temple. And I'm just gonna go to right around here and do that. Got all this mango wine. Glorious. I really, really like the alternative forks for, or of, I guess is what I should say. I really like the alternative forks of Firefox. Those are my preferred web browsers generally, but I use Brave while I'm streaming just because it works and runs pretty light and doesn't have the same issues that Firefox does with Twitch and Twitch plugins, mostly memory related. And a Woodworkers Guild? Just trying to get my library over here moved. Grumble mumble. Oops, that's not at all what I wanted. It's 35 blocks I need. Shale it is. I mean, two, apparently. I'm kind of tempted to just put a bolt thrower right there and just be like, you fuck with me, I blast you into the heavens to all my traders. It'll be a flex play. I'll blow you sky high, is what I'll do. And there you go. Let's see how they're doing for gear. Nothing's available. Good news is we are making some crossbows. So crossbows are now available.
A vile force of stone has arrived.
Zapdos! Hello, dude. How are you? It's good to see you, man. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Zapdos? It's good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. Thanks for the 79 months. Thanks for keeping that subscription alive. It's good to see you, man. What's your squad about? Your squad is literally just you, but I needed another one. So it's you, you're the skewered lung, and why this obsession with weapons in battle? I don't understand some people, he says while he's exercising and working out. Anyways. Good news is, there's more books available now. An Introduction to the Formula is what you're reading. You're reading It All Begins with the Dwarf. And you're reading Uncanny Craze. How many books does this have? 20? Not bad. Let's go get some more. Cultivated Monastery. What if I go explore geared armor? There's probably nothing going on there, but let's go check it out. With machines and squads just glaring, going, no funny business, okay? Okay, bud, got it there. That's how they make sure that no funny business happen. Because dwarves just simply won't stand for it. Okay, so with that built, I can go over to this and get rid of this. The dwarf should just come get all these plants. Meanwhile, you can go get your crossbow, amongst other things. Don't make any sudden moves. Now put down the Stegosaurus. Yes, now accept these gems as payment. Please don't yell at me about your damn trees. I just want the Brontosaurus imports that you supposedly garner. Except I'm gonna let this squad use wood shields. Crossbow, leather, W. Save and confirm. Because they're using wood crossbows, might as well let them use wood shields. Also, I think wooden shields kind of look dope, so. No funny business, but I mean, only if they're a high comedian skill. YouTube chat says, but dwarves are all funny business. Any settings to constantly get you off cliff faces? Occasionally, erode steep cliffs is on by default. If you turn that off, you'll get more of them. I like that this is still just like my manager's office. Should probably give the manager a better office, you know? Like down here somewhere or something. Like the mayor's over here. That stuff over here on this side. Stuff over here on this side. Although this is all just pebble. I need to put an office in here somewhere. Or up here maybe. I don't know. And here they come, bringing everything over. Gotta grab all those, though. I think that the Dino update could have been named better. I think it was the artist who drew all the dinos who coined it as the Extinction Update. I think that's a better name for it. But I think it's awesome. I mean, considering the majority of the creatures are like not what you traditionally would think of as dinosaurs, like a lot of them are like just these weird prehistoric creatures that are like pseudo anteaters, but are just like more large animal variety. And like, I'm not going to complain about that. That's pretty awesome. I think it very much suits the game. Very, very much so. It's a lot of arcs. You know, now the Dwarf Fortress has prehistoric creatures, though. They should do a sales collaboration deal with Ark Survival Evolved. I mean, I'm sure that there's crossover with those audiences, right? 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 Right. Anyway, speaking of right, chat, I gotta be honest. I mentioned this earlier, but I feel groggy as shit, and I have a headache. I blame the fact that it's summer and warm, but I feel all right now. I think I'm going to wind down for the day. We've done almost 8 hours, been 7 hours and 51 minutes. You guys have been extremely kind today. We had a ridiculous hype train at the start of the stream. So, thank you. Y'all are awesome. It's good to pop in. It's good to see you, Zapdos. I mean, I'll be on tomorrow, normal time. I might stream Friday, because I won't be streaming Saturday this week. So I might do a stream Friday. Depends on how tomorrow goes and how I'm feeling. So we'll play that one by ear. But then after this week, for the rest of the summer, more or less, there won't be any weekend streams. Because, once again, I will be doing a temp gig at KitFox. And that's going to add an extra 10 hours onto my week. So between YouTube stuff, streaming 28 to 35 hours a week, 3 days a week, plus the KitFox stuff, this can kind of be a lot of hours. So in order to like juggle things and be able to do everything, there won't be any weekend streams starting like next week. So it's a bit late, Batome, unless you meant like that last save. But summer, pretty sure Canadians go into hibernation or something. It's pretty mild here, but I don't sleep as well in the summer. I ironically wish I could go into hibernation in the summer. That'd be lovely. The honeybee arc update for Arc broke your save. What is it with bees in games being notoriously busted? Anyway, YouTube folks, thanks for hanging out. Don't forget to leave comments on the videos that aren't the live streams. And thanks for hanging out today, and I will see you tomorrow normal time. You know where to find me. We're going to go raid somebody, though, so don't run off Twitch, folks. And if you want to raid somebody, YouTube, pop over here into Twitch. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow normal time. Alrighty, friends. You guys want to go raid somebody? Thanks for hanging out, by the way. Huge thank you to everybody who subscribed and for all the like gifts and bits and stuff earlier today. That was kind of bananas. We had a level 10 hype train. It's been a while since I've had one go that high. So thanks a fuck ton for that. Yeah, just thank you for hanging out. Thanks for spending time around these places. Appreciate you guys. I'm taking a real quick peek-a-rooney. I'm going to go yell at Drid, I think. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to go yell at Drid. Chat, for those of you who don't know how to raid here, please grab your favorite emotes and post them in the chat. Or just do what Hobo does. They can be mine, yours, or somebody else's. It really doesn't matter. We're going to go yell at Drid. He's playing some Dungeon Keeper. I'm going to go grab the raid music. Give me a sec.